Hello, my name is Professor Kevin Hilton. I'm the independent chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I am based at Leeds Beckett University, where I was head of the Research Centre for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, and more recently the interim Pro-Vice Chancellor, Culture, Equality and Inclusion at the University of Sussex. The Race Equality Commission is a non-partisan strategic assessment into the nature, extent, causes and impacts of racism and racial disparities in Sheffield. Working with 24 commissioners from the Sheffield area, we conducted a series of short, focused hearings over 6 priority areas for the city. These included business and employment, civic life and communities, crime and justice, education, health, sport and culture. In May 2022, we will be presenting the findings and recommendations for the report that will be made available to the public on the Sheffield City Council website. This is the health hearing, part 2. Adele, if you could just let me know when our guests are here. Hello.
Yeah, David has just arrived, so I'm just letting him in now. And obviously Emily, Zainab and Alice are here too.
Okay.
Do you want me to start?
Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adele Robinson and I'm a member of the Race Equality Commission Secretariat. Before I introduce the chair of the Race Equality Commission, for context, I'm going to introduce the work of the Commission. The Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on the 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. Today is the second day of the health hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there will be a final report submitted for action to the key stakeholders in Sheffield. Today, the Commission has invited witnesses to share their insights into the terms of reference for the Commission. These will include sharing knowledge of the following areas: racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which may be of use to the Commission, knowledge of their and other approaches to related race equality duties and frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within their sector, examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what they believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality in the city. Can I just state before we begin that witnesses are required to act in good faith, and by speaking today, they have agreed to do so. For those in attendance, please note that this hearing is being recorded and will be available afterwards, but only commissioners will be able to ask questions. Any papers and non-confidential evidence will be made available on the Commission's website. Please note that for those in attendance, can you wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And for all commissioners, can you please introduce yourself before speaking? Any commissioners, can you also use the chat function to add your question and show your virtual hand, and then we'll draw attention to this to the chair. I would now like to hand proceedings over to the chair of the Commission, Professor Kevin Hilton.
Thanks, Adele. Firstly, I'd like to welcome you to the Race Equality Commission, David. Emily, Zanib and Alice. As independent chair of the commission, I'm joined by commissioners, as you can see on your screens. I'll invite commissioners to ask questions at appropriate junctures in this session and in this conversation with you. I'd like Emily and David, or at least a representative from Emily's group, and David to make a short statement just outlining the key points of your submission. And commissioners will ask questions after this statement, but I will begin the questioning. Before you do so, do you think you could just state your name, organisation, and the capacity in which you're attending today? And could you also say whether you had a hand in writing the submission? Because I think that sometimes has an influence on how we approach some of our questions. So thanks again and welcome, David, Emily, Zanib and Alice. And David, could I ask you to say a few words before Alice, and then I'm going to come back to you, David, with a few questions, and then Alice and her contingent.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Bassou, and I'm Service Director at SACMA Health and Social Care, which is an African Caribbean-led adult social care provider, and had its genesis in the issue of mental health and the impact of mental health on the African Caribbean community. I'm also Associate Pastor at the Church of God of Prophecy in Sheffield, which is one of the 6 largest Black majority churches in the city. I'm a social worker by background and training. In terms of the submission, I wrote the submission, and trustees of the organisation commented on the submission. And I guess the premise of why I did this was that the African Caribbean community in Sheffield is an interesting community, and I feel different to other cities such as Leeds and Manchester, in the sense that apart from a very short period, I've always lived in Sheffield, and when I was growing up, there were 3 or 4 areas in the city where you would find the African Caribbean community. In the intervening years, our community has become much more geographically dispersed, and so we are in pretty much all the postcodes of the city. And that presents challenges for us as a community. We are an ageing community. Our birth rate is not that of other communities of colour. And depending on whose stats you accept, there's between 14,000 of us in the city. Whichever statistic you take, 500,000, a city of 500,000 with that representation of a community of colour is not massive. And so part of the rationale for making a submission for our organisation on the back of the pandemic and on the back of the George Floyd experience was to really refocus an attention on our community. Health inequalities are still very much a real issue for our community. It can feel that because we are a more established community in the city, that the job is done in terms of, if I use the new term, levelling up. Our contention is that it's not done. There's still a long way to go, and there are specific challenges in the way that Sheffield organises its services, the way that Sheffield delivers its services, the way that Sheffield engages with communities that pose challenges for our community specifically. And I think I'll stop there if that's okay.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive introduction. Thank you, David. Emily, can I ask you to say a few words?
Yeah, I'm Emily. I'm Chief Executive of Disability Sheffield. I've been working with the organisation for about the past 10 years and Chief Executive for about the last 4 years. I'll leave Alice and Zanib to give a bit more information in terms of us as an organisation, but we are a disabled people's user-led organisation. And in terms of submission, it was put together with a group of us of trustees, volunteers and staff within the organisation, in recognition that disabled people's user-led organisations, so us internally, are generally very white organisations, and disability rights movement has very much focused on rights of disabled people, and that has meant that we are not always as diverse and looking outwards and inclusive as we might be, and so wanted to focus on ourselves as an organisation, but also really conscious that disabled people that are also from Black and Asian and minority ethnic communities have also suffer multiple discrimination, and feel that there really needs to be a much wider focus on that, and there's been very little on work done around on that area.
Thanks, Emily. You might wonder why we have SACMA and Disability Sheffield in the same session. If you remember in your submission, Emily, you recommended that the Commission works with SACMA, and you suggested that they could provide a level of expertise and so on. So it seemed as though you recognised the work that SACMA does in the community. So it seemed to be a good fit to have you both in the same session, just in case you were both wondering. So David, if I can just come back to you, your evidence outlines a service that fills a gap in the health services for African Caribbean communities, but you've talked now and in your submission about some tensions in your relationship with statutory service officers, and these are around trust, organisation, lack of investment. Can you share any of your experiences on these matters?
Yes. Let me predicate what I'm going to say on the fact that it's lived experience. It's not bleating. And I've had some of these challenging conversations with partner organisations in the statutory sector and been very candid about our experience. I set out in my submission the sort of SACMA journey from the community agitation in 1988 that led to the organisation starting, and developing in a collaborative way, I think, with parts of the statutory system, and then hitting a bit of a roadblock when austerity hit. And I think that Sheffield, my experience of Sheffield is when I compare us to cities like Manchester, like Leeds, like Birmingham, where I have family who are active in the area of community involvement, and also many work in the statutory sector too. It's felt for many years that there isn't the recognition of the contribution of communities of colour in this city that perhaps there is in other cities. And I don't know whether that's just a Sheffield-ism, but it certainly felt when austerity hit and when tough fiscal decisions had to be made, that Black organisations were far more in the frame for negative outcomes than our white counterparts. But I'm sanguine enough to acknowledge that not every Black organisation has always had the governance and the understanding of the relationship that commissioners need to have with organisations. But my experience is those of us that did, had good governance arrangements, had good systems in place, worked in a professional way, still came out with a much more negative outcome. And I guess when you've ruled everything else out, if it looks like a dog and it barks like a dog, it's a dog. And so that's the conclusion that we came to. We have struggled since austerity to develop robust funding arrangements. So there, particularly since the pandemic, there's been lots of one-off pieces of funding. There's been lots of collaboration with organisations, collaboration that's been very positive, for instance, with Disability Sheffield. However, that real commitment to the organisations that one of the organisations that I'm involved with, that I lead, other Black organisations that I'm in touch with, being embedded, being invested in, being valued, I am yet to see that.
Thank you, David. You mentioned Disability Sheffield. I was planning to ask you a follow-up question, but I'm going to go to Emily, if that's okay. Emily, you're on mute, but you might choose to pass this one to Alice or Zanir. How does the intersection of race and disability influence current approaches to facilities and services for Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic disabled people? In the second submission that you sent, I think I received it yesterday or the day before, you said that racism and disableism are often intertwined and difficult to separate. And you hinted at that in your introduction. And an intersectional approach is therefore needed yet rarely used. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Alice, are you happy to answer that, if that's okay? I apologise, I realise I didn't introduce Alice and Zanib. Alice is one of our advocacy workers, and Zanib is one of our trustees and volunteers as our advocacy service, and also with our inclusive cycling project.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the people that we have spoken to and who've talked on this have said that actually racism and disableism are often intertwined and interlinked, and it can be quite difficult to separate them out into two separate issues. So yeah.
So can you say a little bit more about that? So in terms of you can't bolt either of them on to an individual. You live both disability and you live your racialized existence. How is that reflected when a person of color with a disability wishes to draw on health services in Sheffield? What sort of responses do you get from people who have tried to interact with health services?
So some of the issues are around language. Accessing interpreters can be something that is difficult, and people still find that challenging. In terms of other aspects, we've heard from people saying that there can be difficulties around diagnostic criteria, that they're often based on white people and white culture, and that can prevent people from getting a diagnosis, or it can mean that they're wrongly diagnosed, misdiagnosed.
Can you offer us an example of that? Can you bring that to life for us?
So we've spoken to Melissa Simmons, who's a Black woman, and she's autistic. She's an academic in autism, and she speaks very well about these issues. And she's spoken a lot about the diagnostic criteria around autism being very much based on white men and white boys, and that as a person of colour and a woman, it can be very difficult to access, to have that diagnosis, because it's so centred around the white experience.
David, can I bring you in on this, please? Because you state that it's pivotal that Black and minority ethnic patients, this was in your submission, also they also want the impact of racism and wider inequalities on their mental health to be addressed in treatment for their mental illness. Are you suggesting that mental health professionals need an improved understanding of everyday racism?
Absolutely. I have to say, I spoke at an event last week for students at the university, and one of the things I was positing, and it's not a SACMA position. This is the gospel according to David. I'm not a fan of this whole diversity agenda and lumping people together in these protected characteristics. I'm old enough to have lived around, been around when there was a focus on racism, on sexism, and the other isms. And my issue with the Equalities Act, the lumping together, as I see it, under this diversity agenda, is that the focus, the specific focus on the lived experience of a Black person, of a disabled person, is lost. And yes, I know that there can be multiple levels within one person's lived experience, but I think that focus is lost by this catch-all term of diversity. And I'll give you an example. An organisation that I'm a trustee of, we're just recruiting for a chief executive. And this person said that we made it very clear in it's not a Black-led organisation, but made it very clear in the recruitment that the whole issue post-pandemic, post-George Floyd, of organisations not just making statements but being actively anti-racist was key. And this person said that they felt they couldn't comment as a white man when it came to an issue of race. However, when he went to a different panel and spoke about diversity, his answer was one of the model answers. And for me, that told a story. I think there are challenging conversations that we all need to have. There's challenging things that as a Black man I need to say to the system. There's challenging things that the system needs to say to me as a Black man and to Black organisations. However, unless we are brave enough to have make ourselves vulnerable enough to have those challenging conversations, warm words and good intention will result in us not moving very much further than where we are today.
Can I just check, David, were you, in regards to your response, which I absolutely understand, were you making reference to those conversations around intersectionality and how they have been applied in kind of policy discourses, or was it specifically in regards to diversity?
I guess the response would work in either situation, but I was specifically commenting on this notion of diversity.
Okay. You talk about this Eurocentric approach to recovery. How can it be disrupted? And I think this is what Emily was, Alice was hinting at as well.
If I take it from a mental health point of view, or any other, in any other health inequality, for me, I guess it's in terms of disruption, and I really like that term, disruption. I'd like us to be a disruptive organisation, but in a positive way, always being part of the solution. It doesn't take much to point out the problem. I think it takes a bit more to think about what the solution might be. And I think that for our community, with respect to mental illness, there are members of our community who would only really want their service, their response, their needs to be met by a Black-led organisation. Equally, there are parts of our community who would not want their needs to be met in a Black organisation for reasons of confidentiality. We know each other, all those kinds of notions and myths. And I think what that then begs the question, in terms of service delivery, how do we ensure that we have got services that are agile enough in the system and in the VCF sector to meet those challenges? It doesn't, just because organisations engage with Black-led organisations doesn't abdicate them of the responsibility of ensuring that the services that they provide are equally culturally competent. It's about having a menu of supports. It's about having a menu of responses. It's that notion of person-centered responses to the needs of individuals. And I really feel that the challenges for for Sheffield to be clear about, okay, what are the outcomes, the health outcomes that we want to deliver in terms of improving, building back better, levelling up, all these terms that have seemed to emerge post-pandemic. What are the outcomes that we want to deliver? And then who is best placed to deliver them? But it does not mean that just because somebody may well be best placed to be lead, that other organisations don't have responsibility as well.
Disability Sheffield talk about being part of the solution. You actually used that term, part of the solution, and this was in the original submission. Emily, you talked about carrying out a review to identify racism and inequality in your organisation, and this is when you said you made a commitment to being part of the solution, and this was the catalyst was the Black Lives Matter movement. Why do you think you needed the BLM protests to be the catalyst for this change?
So, and I don't know whether Alice or Zaneb want to kind of come in on that. I think for us as an organisation, as I said at the start, we are a small disabled people's organisation that has rapidly grown and developed disabled people in terms of disability rights movement and in terms of discrimination. There's been a whole focus on inclusion and within disabled people, and very much a focus as an organisation on in terms of how we operate. So as our staff trustees and volunteers, that majority of people have got disability or long-term impairment, and the focus has been around that and that kind of equality of opportunity there. And I think as a consequence of that, over the years, that's where the focus has been. So when we've been looking at recruitment in all those areas, it's very much been around how do we make as an organisation accessible, and that has been, I think, to the detriment of looking in terms of how we are a more diverse organisation. And so I think Black Lives Matter's movement last year was almost that catalyst of something that we knew we needed to look at, and it sort of galvanised into that. I think also as a small organisation, most of our energy goes into kind of developing lots of short-term projects, so actually having some of that space and making that space and that time. So we've had to consciously make that decision that actually we're going to be looking at that. Similarly, in terms of people accessing our services, because for a lot of disabled people, they don't want to be labelled by their disability or impairment. There's actually been a conscious decision in the past in the organisation not to do monitoring as a positive thing. I think actually that's had a negative consequence in that it's meant it's been quite difficult for us to then look at actually who are we providing services to and where who we're reaching. So that's part of that, us having to re-look at what we're doing. We know that some of our provisions, so in response around the kind of COVID, we've increased the work that we're doing with people who have a direct payment and employ personal assistance. And we know by the nature of the flexibility of that way of having social care that actually there are a large number of people from Black, Asian, minority ethnic communities that actually access that service. So by default, we are providing some of that provision and support there, but it isn't something that we've sort of actively looked at. So it was almost having that opportunity of feeling like we actually needed to take that time and that space and a conscious decision to begin to look at ourselves internally.
Thanks, Emily. What was the rationale for not doing the monitoring originally?
The original rationale was that for disabled people, the feeling is that they quite often get labelled by their disability or impairment rather than what the need is as an individual, and that can really put people in boxes. So it's kind of a challenge against the system of being put in boxes. Our approach is very much person-centred, people being very much individual. I entirely agree with what David was saying around, I think sometimes we can get caught up in that labelling can then actually prevent us doing exactly what we want to be doing, which is working with somebody as that person with all the things that go with them. So it was made from a good intention. I think what has happened is it has meant in terms of that negativeness of us actually then being able to look at what we're doing, and some of that we are beginning to change at the moment in terms of how we're collecting that data.
Yeah, yeah. So the challenge is actually knowing who you're serving, who you're working with, and so on. Without, you know, so if you're not doing the monitoring, you don't have the data to be able to say we're working with these people, and you know these are their biographies, these are their needs, and so on. And so you've moved towards that position of gathering the data.
We have, but being very clear and careful about how we use that as well, because so what we don't want to do is to suddenly then start putting people in boxes that have got multi things that they're bringing. Yeah.
Mm. But this is the challenge, isn't it? Because you started talking about intersectionality, and so it's difficult to talk about intersectionality while not actually doing any monitoring, you know, around these different identities. So this is where theory and practice comes to.
Absolutely, and I think that's why, as an organisation, we're beginning to, yes, that's sort of some of that historical context we're kind of beginning to unpick at the moment.
So your review includes a focus on the diversity of staff, volunteers, and board trustees. What have you concluded since June? You know, since you did, I'm guessing you finished the review now.
I'm happy to answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we I guess review would be a way. The project, which we've called the part of the solution project, is kind of a group of us, of staff, volunteers, trustees, and we meet kind of, at the moment we're meeting every 6 weeks, and we're looking at lots of different things internally and externally. And yeah, as you said, one of the things we did was have a look at the staff and the makeup of that, and we are overwhelmingly white. I've got the numbers if you want to hear them, but all the staff are white. And in terms of what we've tried to do to address it, we recently had a job role come up, and we made an effort to try and advertise that and promote that outside of the normal networks and places we normally would. And it seems that, and as part of that, we also did ask people to fill in an equality form, and it seems that did have some success in that there were we did have applicants from ethnic minorities.
Were you successful in diversifying your work?
No. Not in terms of that job role, unfortunately, not.
Okay. You also talked about volunteers and board trustees. Is that the same picture then, in terms of?
We have 3 volunteers at present that are from ethnic minorities and 1 board member. Yeah.
But we do it. I suppose that's out of a group of about 20 volunteers. So just to kind of give the perspective of the.
David, can I just come back to you? Thank you very much, Alice. You were talking a bit about the funding of mental health services for Black communities in Sheffield. How can the funding methodology be improved?
Okay, so our organisation, we at present we have one small contract with the Foundation Trust for Advocacy Services in the Michael Carlisle and the Michael Longley Centre, and also a presence at Forest Lodge. We have a small contract also with the Foundation Trust for a befriending service on the wards of those same hospitals. And we have a contract with Rampton, Maximum Security Hospital in Nottinghamshire, to provide a monthly social event for the patients there. So that operates on a bi-monthly basis. So 1 month the service would be for women patients, and the other month for the male patients. Obviously, the majority of those services have been in abeyance as a result of the pandemic. And what's really interesting is that as a Black-led organisation, we are often approached by other organisations to do pieces of work, and there are other organisations, that it feels from our standpoint that they are trusted organisations. They are the go-to organisations. However, often those organisations who will be invested in by the system then come to us to do the work. And I think it'd be really refreshing. We have networks with lots of majority white organisations. Why not invest in our organisation with a particular piece of work? And we'll partner with a range of other organisations that are majority white until we can flip that switch, and where commissioners begin to see black-led organisations with good governance managing their resources well as partner organisations, as trusted organisations. That whole issue about resources doesn't go away. And I think there needs to be, I guess it goes back to the point I was making earlier about what are the outcomes, what are we wanting to deliver in terms of good, inclusive, person-centred mental health services. And once we've had that debate, which we're happy to be a part of and are a part of in terms of the review of the crisis service, in terms of the review of the forensic service, how do we then, as a city, make the offer that is most inclusive? And in my view, there always will be an element of targeting of the specialisms around a particular issue, but I think it's not beyond the wit of us all to be more forward thinking, more outward looking in terms of it feels lazy. It feels lazy from our point of view that the established organisations, the organisations where people have got some sort of ongoing relationship, they're the ones that are the go-to organisations. Can we not stretch a bit further and raise our heights a little higher? Because organisations like ours, like Sadaka, like the Sickle Cell Group, like a whole range of other groups are doing some incredible work in spite of the lack of investment.
Thank you, David. I'm going to open it up for questions after this next question. So commissioners, if you can just consider what you might wish to ask. I'd like to go back to Emily and her group, and to talk about the second submission, where in social care you talk about cultural barriers and good practice. Can you share some of the good practice that you've seen that have managed to overcome cultural barriers or any other barriers? Because part of the role of this commission is to identify examples of good practice.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think one of the examples we gave of good practice was direct payments that Emily's already touched on, is that actually that gives people a lot of choice and control over their care provider and who they want to provide care. So the person themselves who requires care becomes the individual employer. And I know David touched on earlier about, everyone's different in terms of who they want to provide that service to them. So I work with a client who is Kurdish, and I think we had a little quote from him in the submission about how helpful he's found direct payments to be. Previously had care from a care agency where it was mainly white carers and found that quite difficult and had quite a few problems. Now all his care is through direct payments, so he employs his own PAs that all from the Kurdish community that he met via the mosque, and he's a lot happier with that and how it works and the control that gave him around the care. Another example I can think of through our work is we work with people who are essentially detained in care homes or care settings as they're assessed to lack the mental capacity to make those decisions around care and treatment. And as part of that, the local authority authorises that detention. And as part of that process, one of the things we do as advocates when working with people is to specifically look at cultural needs and whether they're being met. And if they're not being met, we can put requests in there to make sure that they are. So that could be around food, it could be around going out into different communities. I know that in cases before, we've recommended that the care home connects with organisations like Sedaka, for example, so that there's that care provision, outside the care home.
And is that a challenge then for Disability Sheffield, supporting the that conversation around cultural needs, where you've already said that you have a lack of diversity within the organisation? So would you then have to draw on, say, the services of SACMA or Sedaka and so on to get that expertise?
I guess it depends. It depends on the person. I mean, a lot of the time it's speaking with the person themselves, and they're able to identify what their needs are, or maybe family members. Sometimes it can be that way. At other times, we might speak to others if we feel like this is an area we need support in to help our understanding. But a lot of the time, especially with advocacy, our focus is on the person and what they want. So we're there to prompt those conversations and ask those questions, but we're really driven by them and what they're asking for.
Yeah, I had to bite my tongue there. So I'm going to bring, and not in a negative way, Alice. I almost began to testify and to get into a conversation with you about something else. So I'm just going to hang on to that. Martin Wilkie has a question for you, David.
Hello, David. I'm Martin Wilkie. I'm a commissioner, and I'm also a physician at the Northern General Sheffield Teaching Hospitals. We've been in conversation before. What I wanted to ask you was, listening to your discussion, you talk about representation, that representation should relate to the characteristics of the individual community rather than groups being lumped together. And I can understand that, of course, enormously. I'm wondering how best or how better can the established health organizations link with voluntary community faith organizations to reflect and understand what they offer and to link with them in order to provide some of those services that you talked about. I mean, what would be that ideal model so that so that you were at the table in the way that you needed to be?
Yeah, can I just say something about the direct payments experience, and I will answer your question, Martin. I am a fan of direct payments. However, the experience of an organisation like SACMA, who did have historically a range of contracts and grants and the rest of it with the system, when austerity hit in 2010 and all that investment ended, voluntary sector organisations, not just ours, but voluntary sector organisations were told that the way that they would sustain themselves was by getting involved in the whole personalisation agenda. So SACMA became a money management organisation. We wrote support plans. We devised a range of different services that people could buy from their budgets. And we're told that this was the way that organisations would sustain themselves. However, that's not been the experience. Initially, this was going to be for 5 years to get us out of austerity. This is still the arrangement today in 2021, 11 years later. The levels of budgets that people were getting were at a level that for organisations like ours to sustain themselves and to be funded in a way that would sustain themselves in a decent way, the volumes that you'd have to be dealing with, it was untenable. So I think there needs to be a conversation about, yes, direct payments in principle are a good thing, that ability, and we have the same experiences of people, say from a church, identifying 2 or 3 people who could act as a PA and it working really, really well. We have those examples, but if the system is going to engage in terms of sustainability for organisations like ours to deliver on this agenda, then there needs to be a different funding different funding arrangement. And I just wanted to get that in because direct payments had been mentioned before. In terms of how there's better representation, that I'm not sure I'll be able to come up with the ideal model, but a model that I think that I am quite keen on and experience tells me is perhaps part of the solution. It's about representation at every level in the organisation, and I guess none of this is a new light. If you are part of an organisation that's constantly funneling in of staff at the basic level, and those staff never seem to progress, they're not reflected in every tier of the organisation, I question that organisation's real commitment to real representation. It can't be that there aren't sufficient people of colour who can get through to board level and senior leadership level. It can't be that the 2 or 3 of us in Sheffield that I know have been at that level. It can't be that we're the only ones that were only talented ones. I think a model that starts from a notion of growing our own and helping people as they're in organisations to progress, to develop, to be exposed to the training and the on-the-job experience of progressing through an organisation will in and of itself help that conversation. Part of the rationale for us spending so much time engaging with organisations and conversing with organisations is that in our experience, the risk is if we're not at the table, if we're not sat at the table, we are forgotten. And I guess I'm longing for the time when I can be confident as the leader of a Black organisation that whether myself or my staff or trustees are present or not, the issues that are relevant and specific to the African Caribbean community will still be authentically discussed and addressed, and we're not there yet. And I guess the final thing I'd say is, it goes back to that thing about difficult conversations. If organisations are really learning organisations, if individuals really want to learn, then I think they have to put themselves out there, ask the questions that are going around in their heads anyway. And as a Black person, I feel that the worst thing I could do if somebody makes themselves vulnerable and asks a question about how a particular situation impacts on me as a Black person, the worst thing I can do is rip that person's head off because they haven't got the language right. Language evolves, principles are the same. I grew up in a time when terms like coloured and half-caste, they were common currency. Don't use those terms now. Language evolves, but that need, that motivation, that requirement to be inclusive remains the same.
Thank you, David. You've put it clearly. So for you, it means representation in that organisation at a significant level.
At every level.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you.
Emily, would you or any member of your group like to respond to that, or just generally reflect on the session?
I think in reflection to what you said, David, absolutely agree. I think it was interesting actually listening, because some of that conversation actually has a lot of echo within disabled people's youth-led organisation. There's quite a lot of similarities there in terms of that feeling of actually disabled people's-led organisation and disabled people's voice being in those conversations, that actually if we're not there, we get forgotten, and it's those larger organisations. So absolutely agree, and absolutely agree in terms of your comments around direct payments. It's that when it works, it's great. There's a whole bit of work going on in the city at the moment that we just hope brings it back to where it ought to be. And I guess for us as an organisation, I think it's really helpful in terms of us again going back and just reviewing and thinking where we are. It's that whole thing as a small, when you're kind of quite small and you've got a very small turnover and things, actually how do we do things to make a difference? How do we make sure in terms of that development opportunity and having conversations? So I know we've had conversations in the past, and it's about actually how do we continue those conversations and continue them with others, and actually begin to kind of keep questioning ourselves and question with others as an organisation, really, in terms of how we progress and how we look at when we're developing a lot of our funding. We have a couple of largest provision for our advocacy contracts from the CCG and from local authority, but we end up with lots of very small short-term funded projects that are a few thousand here and there. It's like, how do we make sure within those, when it's that very quick turnaround, short time scales, that we still make sure that we've got a thinking in terms of how we're responding and how we're developing those.
Thanks, Emily. I'm conscious that I haven't spoken to Zanib yet. Hi, Zanib. Would you like to say anything in relation to what David said about the direct payments, or anything else?
Well, David's last point about the worst thing that we can do is rip someone's head off for asking about their experiences as a Black person. I was just thinking about that, actually, because that's something that I find makes the conversation really difficult. It makes it hard for other people to want to ask people of color about their experiences and learn from them and know how they can do better. So I fully agree with that. It is something that I've been waiting for someone to say as well, because I feel that no matter what conversation I'm listening into, it might come up that people say we need to educate ourselves and we need to read books and everything. But throughout this whole conversation, I've been listening, and the submission that we put in and the presentation that we've written up, we all our point is that these are person-centered experiences, and the best way to learn about how we can do better in terms of supporting people from ethnic minorities is to speak directly to them as much as we can and engage with them. And from my own experience as an advocate and just as a person, the way that I've been trying to learn about how I can better support people is by speaking directly to them and making sure that if they want to ask me anything as a disabled person, as an Asian female, that I don't say to them, why don't you go and look this up? Why don't you go and read that book? I should be open, because that's the way they're going to understand my experiences and how they can know how to support me better. In terms of direct payments, I think as an advocate, I don't have as much experience with it through the clients that I've supported, but I have had one client where they did rely on the direct payments to help them find a PA themselves who could understand their cultural requirements and their religious beliefs, so that they could feel comfortable going to the mosque and praying, and they could feel comfortable speaking in their native language around that person without making them feel excluded. So I think they did struggle with that at the time, but I do think that if we make it easier for families to be able to recruit their own PAs, so that they can feel comfortable about being themselves, then that is definitely a step in the right direction. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, I preferred to listen, actually. I was going to speak, but everyone was saying a lot of interesting stuff, and I was making notes, especially when David was speaking, because it's all still a learning experience for me as well. And I know our project has no end date. The Part of the Solution Group has no end date because our work is constantly ongoing. We want to constantly make sure that we are supporting people from ethnic minorities that are disabled as well. And we don't ever want that to fall off the agenda and become less of a priority. They deserve that same, they deserve the same priority we give to any other disabled person. So that's how I see it. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And that question actually came from Yen. Yen, would you like to ask a follow-up question, or could you introduce yourself, Yen? And if you
Hi
have
there.
Yes.
Hi, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, hi, my name is Yen Fong Ling. I'm an artist and senior lecturer at Sheffield Hallam University. I was just interested in maybe following up with Zanib about how she feels as a Black person within a sort of majority white organization. And, you know, you talk really well about the kind of interpersonal relationships that you're having with individuals, but how, you know, what do you think your role is, and what do you think your role, how could it expand and, you know, develop some, you know, greater change within that organization, do you think?
So I come from, in my culture, disability is definitely not perceived as being great. So when I started at Disability Sheffield, I guess I felt accepted, even though they're a very white organization. I felt supported and I felt accepted. And I do get that from family and friends. I do have that in my support circle. But being disabled in the Asian community, you are pitied, you are assumed to like not, almost as though you're damaged goods, to be blunt. So the work that Disability Sheffield were doing to support the independence of disabled people like myself, regardless of where I came from or what I believe in, that's a big deal to me. It was the first time that I came across people that really wanted to do that. I guess that's why I've stayed with them for as long as I have, and I do continue to work with them. And I think I will probably stay with them as long as I can, because I want other people from my community to see that there are people out there that will support them with their disability, and it doesn't matter if they don't share the same beliefs or they're from a different race, that their needs are still a priority, they are still people. And I hope that my work with Disability Sheffield can change perceptions in my own community, and also bring the two together, I guess. I want to see us do better in the Asian community to support each other with disabilities, but also I do want to see Disability Sheffield I do want to see more representation in Disability Sheffield. And I think putting myself out there as an advocate and as a trustee, and even now as vice chair, sorry, I'm still getting my head around that one. I guess I am saying, if I can do it and I can support this charity and everything that they do, why not come and work with us, see what we do. Our services are there to support everyone. So it's really that I want to see change on both sides. And I feel like I am in a bit of a unique position there. And I don't think I can do it on my own. I definitely need the support of my colleagues, because they know so much more about the ins and outs of the health and social care system. I actually work in education. So I bring some things to the table, but I'm still learning from them. And I want to be able to pass that knowledge on, but I also want to see my community come in too. And I guess, uplift each other regardless of ability. And I don't just want it to stop there. I want it to expand over minority ethnic groups, Blacks included. So yeah, that's where I want to go. I guess I'm just still on that journey. I don't know how long it will take.
Thank you, Zainab, and thank you, Jan, for your question. We are rapidly drawing to a close in this session, but I'd like to bring Sonia Gale in to ask a question. Sonia, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Hilton. It's been really interesting listening to a lot of the comments, and I was born in Sheffield, but moved away in 1980 and only recently came back to help care for an aged relative. And I guess the thing that struck me was the shrinking Afro-Caribbean community. And I didn't realize it had fallen so low, but also just looking at the balance between care in the community versus private care and NHS funded care. And anecdotally, and talking to the pastor at the local church, my sense was actually a lot of the elderly BME community preferred to receive care in the community, but also I think a challenge for them was actually obtaining NHS funding for care. And even when they could obtain that funding, then there was also the quality of care that they would receive as a BME person in a nursing home. And obviously we've heard, with COVID, what's been happening with patients in nursing homes, but also the Care Quality Commission also commenting on they don't identify the experiences between different ethnicities. So I'd be interested to get the views of our guests on how they see that balance between care in the community and private care, and also access to NHS funding for the BME community, and whether it's right or whether there's more that needs to be done in this space.
David, would you like to respond to that first, or?
Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a really interesting comment. I also think what Zainab said was really powerful, and I think focusing on the individual and the relationships. Some of the best things that have happened to me have been done to me by Black people. Some of the worst things that have happened to me have been done to me by Black people. Some of the best things that have happened to me have been done by white people. Some of the worst by white people. It's people and the effort. Of course, structures need to look at themselves and to be very clear about themselves. But if we also feed into the DNA of organisations that the person matters, see the person, I think the services would be better for everybody. In regard to the question from Sonia, the comments from Sonia, I think your analysis of the situation is absolutely right. I am a fan of pooled budgets, and the NHS and social care have been having long discussions for many years about how they pool budgets. It seems to make no sense to me that if you have a cancer, then whatever your care is, be it at home or wherever, it's free. But if you have dementia, then there's the whole thing about financial assessments and needs assessments and all the rest of it. I'm hoping, I'm not confident, but I'm hoping that the outcome of this pandemic will get people to understand that an NHS type model for social care is really the only answer. And I know that there are some challenges because most care providers, most domiciliary care providers are individual businesses or are charities or whatever. But that was the case at the NHS. Individual doctors had their own businesses. It can't be beyond the wit of us first to accept that this is the way to go and that it will cost, to identify a way of spreading the cost equitably, and then get into a model that works for the UK. And I guess the final thing I'd say is until we have a mature press and a confident government, I'm not sure that we'll be able to have that real deep dive conversation we need to have in respect of social care. My mum has dementia. My dad is 98. We've lived through the care, purchasing care, trying to find care. I've sacked more care agencies than I care to recall. However, I know the system. What about people who don't know the system? And I think we've got to be really, really courageous in how we look at how social care is organised in this country.
And David, is it your view that is this impacting the BME communities more than other communities, or do you think this is just across the piece?
I think it is across the piece. However, if you're already starting from a disadvantaged position, then the impact will be much more severe and much more pronounced. A bit like the overrepresentation in health inequalities, the overrepresentation of people who have lost their lives as a result of the pandemic. As a pastor, I have done 47 funerals since March. Not all COVID, but the majority, and I have not done all the Black funerals in Sheffield.
Emily,
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Sonia. Emily, would you like to respond to that? Or
I'm not sure I've got anything to add really, other than to entirely agree with David, and unfortunately, Sonia, your summary of the situation really, and I absolutely agree that I think until there's kind of a serious grasp and that difficult conversation in terms of that overlap between social care and health, it impacts. And we, similarly to yourselves, David, feel like with the people that come to us for advocacy support, some of which who are extremely disadvantaged, and we quite often have the conversation, we think if they manage to come actually find us and are getting some of that support, how many other people out there are in similar situations. So
can I just add something very quickly?
Sure, over to you, Alice.
Just wanted to touch on kind of community care and informal care, and the experiences of carers that might be family members or close friends, where who have a really difficult job and are very rarely appreciated or recognised for what they do. The rate for carers allowance is the lowest rate of benefit. It's below job seekers allowance. I think it's under £70. It's a very small amount of money that they're expected to live on, and I think no compensation for the work they put in. And also they're often quite forgotten. So, like for example, with PPE for the for carers that were paid, that kind of came through quite quickly, and when it came to unpaid carers, it took so much longer to get that resource to them. So it's care in the community. It's, you know, as we said, it's all about choice, choice for people to have that care from family members if that's what they want, but actually to recognise the work of those carers, and that it is a really difficult job, and one that doesn't seem to be recognised much.
So we have 4 guests in the room at the moment. Can I ask you for any last words before I draw this session to a close? Any last observations? Anything you thought we might ask you that we haven't asked you? No. Well, I think we've come to a natural end to this session.
Welcome, Judy and Lucy. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Was that Adele speaking?
It was.
Yes,
It was. Yes.
Sorry. Who it was. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm part of the Secretariat supporting the Commission, so I'm watching comments and letting people in.
Thank you.
Hello, Judy and Lucy.
Hello, Kevin.
Hi.
Hi.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, and you too.
Just to let you know that Adele will say a few words as the Secretariat host, and then she'll hand over to me. We've just had a session with SACMA and Disability Sheffield, and we're about to start the second session of the day with you.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to it.
Yes, we are too. Yes.
Do you want me to go through the full script again, Kevin? Yes?
Yes, please, Adele. It's not that long. You know, just to let Lucy and Judy know, it's not that long when she says full.
No, it's not.
Yes,
No.
yes, please. Thanks.
No. As you know, I'm Adele Robinson, and I'm a member of the Race Equality Commission Secretariat supporting today. I'm going to, before I introduce, obviously, the chair, Kevin, I'm going to, for context, introduce the work of the Commission. The Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. It was established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, sport and culture, and health. And today is the second day of the health hearing. At the accumulation of the hearings, there will be a final report that will be submitted for action to the key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you here today to share your insights into the terms of reference for the Race Equality Commission, and these include the sharing of knowledge in relation to racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which might be of use to the Commission, knowledge of your or other approaches to related race equality duties and frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best ways to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. Can I also say that witnesses are required to act in good faith, and by speaking today that you're agreeing to do so. And just to note, the hearing is being recorded and it will be available afterwards. Only commissioners will be able to ask questions, and any papers, minutes and non-confidential evidence will be made available on the Commission's website afterwards. What we are asking is commissioners introduce yourselves before speaking, and they will ask questions via the chat functions, and then Kevin will ask people to speak. And now can I hand you over to the chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Thank you. I thought I was on mute for a second then. Thank you very much. Judy, Lucy, the first thing I'd like to do is welcome you to the Race Equality Commission today. As independent chair of the commission, you can see I'm joined by the commissioners, who I will invite in a short while to ask questions after a brief summary of your submission that it would be great to get from one or both of you. If you could make a short statement outlining the key points of your submission. I am initially going to hand over to Ruth Mcdonald to lead with the questions. But before you do introduce the overview of your submission, could you state your name and organisation and the capacity that you're attending today, and could you also let us know what part you played in the writing of the submission?
Yeah, so I'm Lucy Davis, and I'm the Chief Officer of Healthwatch Sheffield, attending today in that capacity. The submission that we've provided was written by ourselves as a staff team with myself sort of leading on pulling it together, but also it had the input of our strategic advisory group, and I'll hand over to Judy, who is here on behalf of that group.
Hello, everybody. I'm Judy Robinson. I'm the chair of the Healthwatch Strategic Advisory Group, and I had a look at the submission before it went in, as did other members, and we contributed some aspects of it. So it was largely Lucy and the team's effort, but we had a smaller contribution.
Thank you. Could you say a little bit about the key elements, the key points of the submission?
Yeah, so we sort of prepared a short presentation today. I suppose one thing to say is the submission that we made was sort of last September. So there are actually, the presentation that we've got today actually, I think, builds on that very slightly. So between us, myself and Judy are going to look at, firstly, explain what is Healthwatch, then look briefly at what we've found and heard in relation to race, inequality and health, recommendations for the health and care systems that we work with, a reflection on our Healthwatch work, our role as a local Healthwatch, and then a brief look at kind of what's next. So I'm going to start, if it's okay, with just talking briefly about what Healthwatch is. Some of you may be more familiar than others with our work. So Healthwatch Sheffield is the independent champion for health and social care services in Sheffield. So we're independent from the council, and we're independent from the NHS. Our role is to find out what matters to people and to share that information with decision makers, because involvement improves services. It improves their design, management and delivery, and critically, it improves outcomes for people. So we're independent, but we do have statutory duties. So, for example, a duty to inform the CQC of what we hear, the Care Quality Commission. And we also have some statutory powers, for example, our right to enter and view services, where we can go in and see firsthand how they're working for people. We're part of a network, so there's a Healthwatch in every local authority. And also there's an umbrella body, Healthwatch England, who help us to raise issues at a national level. So our role is to gather evidence and use it to influence and improve services, and to link people's sort of lived experience into health and care systems. Our place on a number of boards and committees in the city give us a sort of direct route to bring those experiences to decision makers in Sheffield. So that's a brief overview of what Healthwatch is. I'm going to talk next about what we've sort of found and heard in relation to race, inequality and health. And this is the sort of part where I'm going to summarise briefly what we put in our submission. So firstly, obviously, we know that inequalities and health inequalities in Sheffield are stark, and COVID has shone a light on that, but it was already there. And it's the backdrop to all the work that we do. Our written submission details much of what we've heard and found in relation to issues of race and inequality. But briefly, some examples are language barriers to accessing healthcare, with issues such as inadequate access to interpreters for some people, and information which is provided in an inaccessible format. Lack of familiarity with health systems. So we hear from a lot of people that navigating health systems can be hard, but that impacts more and disproportionately on certain groups. So, for example, people newly arrived to the country. Also, lack of cultural sensitivity in healthcare settings. So a quote from our recent mental health report, somebody told us, "There are certain things which might be quite easy and normal for other people to do, but you can't do as a black man. You don't have that freedom. It makes my anxiety worse. If I could access a black therapist, it would probably be more relatable, as they could understand my problems." So we've also heard about judgments and assumptions made on the basis of race. For example, from the same report, somebody told us, "I was sectioned multiple times over the years. I was seen as more violent and more angry than other non-black people on the ward. I was labelled as angry, threatening and aggressive, but I was anxious as they were anxious." And finally, the wider environment. So we know that actually the social factors have the biggest impact on people's health. And people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities have talked to us about their experiences of structural racism in areas such as education and employment. People from all communities actually have told us about the importance of access to clean, safe spaces and the importance of that for their well-being. It's a really strong theme when we've done engagement and talked to people about health and well-being. But there's disparity there too. So we were told recently by someone in Burngreave, when my kids were small, some days it was so hard to get them out. We live right next door to a green space, which should have made it easy, but it was covered in broken glass, needles and empty cans. I felt as though I would go mad. In other areas of town, it's not like that. The council haven't maintained the parks and green spaces here. And I asked myself, is it because this is a community of Black and brown people who so often don't know how to challenge or to ask for better? I'm going to hand over to Judy for the next section, which is looking at recommendations for health and care systems.
Yeah, thank you. We've put quite a lot of recommendations in our longer submission. So this is a summary really. But if there's one thing we'd want to say about our recommendations is that it's our belief and our understanding and our experience that if you listen to people well and involve them in shaping services, the services will be better and there'll be more equitable outcomes. So just to think about some of that in terms of the health and social care systems, and both in Sheffield and I suppose nationally, our experience and what people tell us is that too often those systems tell, don't listen. It's that whole thing is if people don't understand you, you shout louder. But you really need to engage and involve, not just communicate, shout, as it were. Secondly, when systems do listen, it's really difficult to use that learning to drive system change. And it's a huge system and it's complicated, but it's too often slow and not engaged. And we need to make sure that there are pathways and mechanisms for using engagement and what people are saying to drive those changes. It's that whole thing about you said, we listened, we acted upon. I mean, you know, Tesco's do it. It's that more complicated, but you get the point. We often find there's a sort of defensiveness, and we think that there's a real need, not just for systems, but for cultural change, if you like, a culture where there's an appetite to learn and listen, because that makes the system and the service better. So learning from what people say and having that culture written in is really important, not just doing the tick box. And last two, too often engagement and communication systems are top down. They're not connected to people and communities, and they're not really linked into hearing people and voices. And we need to pay a lot more attention to how that's worked into, marbled into the system. And we're particularly worried, I think, about the new organisation of health and social care, which is on a bigger scale. And if we don't think it's brilliant now, it may not get better, shall we say. So we really want to alert everybody to that. We need to make those systems more connected to people. I often see on presentations around health is at the beginning, there's the patient story and everybody says, yes, yes, yes. But the patient story is often not connected to the system that they're in. So it's that contrast, I think. I would say, though, and I think it's important to say this, there are a lot of people who want to make involvement better. I mean, it will be wrong to dismiss everybody as not caring about that. A lot of comments we get back are that the services are good for some people, but doing that well needs capacity and resource. It needs time as well. So we were, just a little example, we were asked recently by one of the big system partners to do a piece of work on seldom heard voices. Oh, and can you do it in 2 weeks? That sort of thing. And that is not a caricature. That's what happened. We need capacity and we need resource, and that includes time. So I think involving people better, communicating better, building in a real commitment, not just a statutory requirement, and resourcing that are all really important.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Lucy. Lucy, you look like you wanted to answer.
Yeah.
So there's just a final bit, Kevin, if that's okay, about our work as a local Healthwatch.
Yeah.
So I guess it's important to sort of recognise that as a local Healthwatch, in our role, we too can do better and must do better and do more. And we've done a lot of work over the last year to reflect on the way that we consider race and equity in our work. And I just wanted to talk through some points there, some things that we've reflected on and some ways in which we want to develop our own work. So firstly, we know that it's really important to focus more of our resources on hearing from those who are often not heard, and to make sure that we're sort of picking up on issues that are of importance to people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. And we've always done that to a certain extent, but we're sort of doing it more mindfully and more carefully now in the way that we plan our work to ensure that our priorities are set out in a way that does that justice. Reach is an issue for us, and we recognise that. Many people know us, but many people don't. And our sense is that probably, there will be a lot of people in sort of many communities who don't recognise us, and certainly don't recognise us as for them, if you like. Information. So we've done a lot of work to help us improve the way we collect and analyse the information that we gather. So we've sort of given quite a lot of consideration to how we can use that to understand issues of equality, but we have more work to do. An example of how we've sort of moved on in that slightly is that in 2019, we did a large piece of work where we heard from over 1,000 people to understand their views in relation to the NHS long-term plan. And in that work, actually, we worked really hard to get out to different community groups and did speak to a diverse range of people. But we didn't actually collect and analyse demographic information in a way that would help us understand and explain the different views of those different groups. And that was a huge, we recognise now, actually a real missed opportunity. But we've progressed our thinking on that. So our more recent work, for example, our COVID work that we did last year, we approached that in a much more careful way. We resourced community groups to help us with our reach. So 21% of respondents were from Black and Asian communities, but also we collected the information in such a way that we could draw out themes that were important to those communities and describe those. So we're trying to do that in a much more mindful way. Again, there's more work to do. For example, we need to focus on how we look at intersectional issues of equality and draw those out too. Our people, so taken together, our staff, volunteers and advisory group, our community partners in the voluntary sector, they do enable us to reach many of the communities in the city and to reach quite widely. But we do recognise that currently we're an all-white staff team, and we know the deficit that brings. We know a more diverse team would improve how we work with communities. So longer terms, we're working on plans around diversity and recruitment, for example, looking at development opportunities for volunteers. Around a quarter of our volunteers at the moment are from Black, Asian and minority ethnic groups. Short term, where we're doing work focused on the experience of different communities, we're buying in resource and support to make sure that we can do that work in a culturally competent way. Finally, our Speak Up grants. These are our micro grants to community groups which have been sort of recognised as an area of good practice. They enable us to resource smaller grassroots community groups to find out what issues are important to the people that they work with. And again, we've done work over the last couple of years to focus on making sure that those grants are more accessible to a wider range of groups. And over the last 3 years, 29% of those grants have gone to groups which work predominantly with people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. Where we need to get better there actually is we need to start using what we hear to better effect and to trying to drive improvement in a more methodical way with our system partners, which is always possibly the biggest challenge in our work, using the experience to influence and drive improvement. I'm going to hand over to Judy for just a really brief sort of summing up of the kind of what next.
Yeah, very brief. I don't need to tell you, we live in a big city and Healthwatch has a small staff team. So we work with all sorts of organisations, really to have some extra eyes and ears, because we can't get out everywhere, obviously. We very much want to support the voices of people and communities for them to have engagement with the health system. But of course, however much we raise voices, it doesn't necessarily mean that the system's listening. That's not in our gift. So really important to say that. We very much, I say, want to work with others to tackle those issues of structural racism and inequality around health. And I hope that this is the start of a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before I hand over to Ruth Mcdonald, just a couple of points of clarification. When was Healthwatch established?
2013. Is that right, Judy?
Yes, it was part of the 2012 Health and Social Care Act.
Okay, and in terms of Healthwatch England, is that a well-resourced organisation? Because you say there's a Healthwatch, in major cities, and there's one in the city that I live in.
Yeah.
Is it reasonably well-resourced and influential?
Well, I mean, the Act says that there has to be a Healthwatch in every local authority, but not how well funded it is. The funding comes to the Department of Health. Healthwatch England is, it depends how you describe well funded. It's been reduced, I think, over the last 5 years. Its budget has gone down, so I think it's not badly resourced, but for the scale of the system it's dealing with, for all of the Healthwatch system, I think is under-resourced.
And in terms of nationally, does it have reasonable pull, influence?
Hard to measure, isn't it? They do have sort of direct channels into NHS England. They do, they are invited to the table, I think, on quite a lot of sort of key national discussions. How well they're listened to, again, it is kind of harder maybe to say. Yeah.
The reason why I was asking those questions really was in relation to what Judy was saying about what was in your gift in terms of influence, and I think that you can use the resources at hand, and some of the resources that you might have may be at a national level in terms of influencing the system. But that so I was just working that through in my head. Ruth, can I invite you to begin the questioning, and commissioners, if you could, load up any questions that you might have into the chat, and Adele will make sure that they get through to me. Thanks, Ruth. Could you introduce yourself first, Ruth?
Morning, Lucy and Judy. My name's Ruth Mcdonald. I'm a social worker and a race equality commissioner. Firstly, I guess I want to say thank you for your evidence that's been submitted, along with your presentation today. So thanks for that. I'm just going to start with a few questions. That's basically in regards to your submission. One of the questions that you highlighted was basically that there's a problem in regards to interpreters, communication. What is the impact of these communication difficulties for the health experience in the healthcare?
Yeah, so I guess firstly it's important to say that there are people that report good experiences of interpreting services, but equally there are some things that result in people not having a great experience. So they're varied really. Some of this is about where lack of experience or knowledge in terms of the health professionals who maybe are using the interpreting service. So sometimes it's something that happens in the admin process where it's not identified that an interpreter needs to be booked, for example. So there's simply no interpreter provision in place for an appointment that needs to take place. Or it may be that the health professional hasn't got time in the appointment to allow, what good practice would be to allow more time for an appointment where an interpreter is being used to enable that extra space, if you like, for people to describe and have their issues interpreted. So if appointments are kept to the same length, the standard length, then that is clearly going to have an impact on how much people can talk about and how much benefit they can get from an appointment. There are examples of sort of interpreters who have used sort of wrong terminology. I wouldn't be able to say how widespread that was, but we have had examples of where that's happened, and clearly the implications of that I think are probably kind of quite self-explanatory if things are not being conveyed in the correct way in a health appointment. But there are also challenges actually. For example, we heard through one of our Speak Up grants about young people who, because older members of their family didn't feel comfortable using interpreting services, younger people were taking time out of school and education to go to health appointments with elder members of the family and be the interpreter, which obviously for the young person, you know, there's a significant impact there. So there's a kind of issue of trust and confidence as well in interpreting services. Understandably, sometimes people are concerned about confidentiality if the person that comes to interpret may be somebody closely tied to their community. I should say as well that obviously COVID has had an impact on this. So, you know, you're doing having more conversations over the phone, for example. People who had English as a second language, and some of our reports have described how phone appointments, talking over the phone can be more challenging, and particularly the move to triaging, where you have to phone up and in the first instance explain the difficulty that you're having. If you're not a confident English speaker, there's an immediate barrier there in terms of being able to access the healthcare that you need, and that's become more so during COVID. Those systems, the phone-based systems, are of increasing significance. So I think those are probably the main things that we'd say in relation to that.
Do you actually include an interpreter on the phone during the phone systems, telephone calls?
Would health services include an interpreter? So I know that they can book phone interpreters, yes, for those phone-based appointments, I guess, but the challenge is that's once you've got to an appointment. So it's that maybe that first stage with the triaging. There is also feedback to suggest that phone interpreting is kind of less good for people because, you know, you're not able to relate in the same way. You know, it's more detached. You can't take cues from body language and so on. So overall, not specific to COVID, overall, the feedback is that people are less satisfied when you're using a phone interpreter than a kind of face-to-face interpreter. And that's become more so during COVID.
Okay.
Yes, could I just add, I did a little bit of, sat in on a seminar that the Sheffield Community Contact Tracers did on a couple of days ago. And that issue of communication and interpretation was really high on their experience of what didn't happen around COVID and the impact of people not getting the right advice because they hadn't got it in a language they could understand properly.
Yeah, I know. I kind of I've experienced that before in some of the work that I've actually done when I've been speaking to families over the phone where English is the second language. I guess the next question would basically be looking at how widespread is the problem in difficulties of accessing health information. And again, like you said, in regards to language barriers, how prevalent is this across the BAME communities?
I think it's really hard for us to say how widespread it is. So much of our evidence really is sort of qualitative rather than quantitative. We don't hold big data. So we have a lot of rich information about people's experiences, but I couldn't measure that for you across the city to say how widespread it is. I'll say it's, I guess, consistent. They're consistent themes, that it's not that we've just heard about them recently. It's year on year, I think these things have come out. Some of the information that we're talking to you today, we can look back in our reports and see that it was there 3 years ago, and Judy's described that she's just heard it still just this week. So we know that consistently it's a theme.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Judy.
I was just going to add, I mean, if you sit in any NHS meeting, you have enough data to sink a ship. How is it the system doesn't have that data? Because I don't think it's really a small community-based organisation. I'm not saying you're saying that, but it's really the system ought to hold that information and hold it in a nuanced way, it seems to me. And that is a really critical thing that we press a lot about.
I think, can I just pick up as well, Ruth, about you sort of talked there about information. So obviously sort of information relating to both how to access health services, but also around health conditions. Those things are really important for people. And again, a really sort of strong bit of feedback that we get across from everybody, not just from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities, but a lot of people find it hard to navigate systems and get the information that they need. So we know that it's difficult for everyone, but it's particularly difficult if you've got English as a second language. It's particularly difficult if you're newly arrived into the country. So, for example, just this week, in a conversation with the Chinese Community Centre, we were hearing about people newly arrived from Hong Kong, families that are coming over to settle here, and how incredibly challenging it is for them to understand how to access the healthcare that they need. And that's certainly come out in quite a lot of the work that we've done as a theme. People have described sort of how valuable things like actual physical information events are, for example, in a place that they're familiar with. So as part of one of our Speak Up grants, the City of Sanctuary did a kind of health and wellbeing day where they had stalls, different sessions, different bits of information. And the feedback from that was an incredibly positive thing. Unfortunately, we know those things aren't particularly possible or easy to do right now due to COVID. But just in terms of what makes a difference, it's that sort of thing where people are getting information from trusted sources in a space and a place that's comfortable for them, and it's geared towards their circumstances and their experiences. Is what seems to work.
Okay. Well, I guess I was just about to move on in regards to the barriers for refugees. You've just mentioned in regards to the Speak Up grants, how often, because that's obviously it's a resource, that's one resource. Is there more resources, and how often would you be rolling that out?
Yeah, the Speak Up grants is just one aspect of what we do. So every year we have a round of Speak Up grants. The City of Sanctuary is actually one of our community partners. So we work with our community partners both to kind of have dialogue, understand the issues of the people that they work with, but also to support them in the work they do. It's COVID has made that a bit strange actually, but for example, we're planning an event in September for all of our community partners to bring people together to share voice and experience. But there needs to be more of it actually, and we have identified those kinds of information days, very practical, getting people together to share information on a particular thing. We've identified that as something we want to do more of, and it's definitely in our sights to do. Once we can physically all get in a room together would be amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, I guess the next bit is, you've just mentioned in your presentation in regards to majority of your staff are white, and you've got a number of BME, BAME volunteers. Your consultation with the communities basically spoke of experience of institutional racism. If possible, can you describe the examples and the patterns of the experiences shared with you? So I think you've talked about it, but you can see clearly the barriers were there.
So I think the references that we've made, I think in our presentation, we mentioned education and employment. And I think, I'll be honest and say we don't have a lot of detail. What people have said to us, for example, is they've talked about stereotypes in education. During COVID, we heard, for example, from a group of young British Pakistani, sort of teenage age young people who described their fears around employment, and particularly the impact of COVID on the employment of their family members. So those things, education and employment, obviously they're significant in terms of the wider determinants of health, but they're not the kind of core of what we do. So I think where we've talked about people's experiences in health services, that's what we know most about. People actually haven't often described that to us overtly in terms of structural racism, but people describe, I guess, patterns of experience, which we've kind of touched on here in terms of lack of cultural sensitivity, judgments and assumptions made about them on the basis of race. So I don't know quite how much more we've got to add to that, other than what's in our submission.
Right, okay. I guess that's just basically answered the second question, which basically was looking at the affected perceptions of the health service. But what you've just said is that not a lot of people actually share that with you. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, we did a piece of work where we did interviews with a small number of people following the release of the report looking at COVID, and people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities. And in there, the people that we spoke to there, they did describe sort of mistrust of service based on poor experience, how they described, again, that they'd been treated differently. So I think somebody gave an example of an assumption that had been made by a health professional about their health, that it might be a particular condition because of their race, and how that impacted, I guess, yes, on their confidence in using the health service because of the way they were perceived and the assumptions that were made. And I suppose it's important to say as well is that, the issues, for example, around sort of interpreters and all the barriers to accessing health services, people describe alongside that how that impacts on their confidence in health services and their trust in them.
Okay, thank you.
Ruth, before you ask your next question, can I just ask Sharon Curtis?
Sorry, Sharon.
Ask a question, because this is kind of related to data collection and information and so on. Sharon, could you introduce yourself and then ask your question, because it is relevant to what you're talking about right now.
Oh, so hi, I'm Judy and Lucy. I'm Dr. Sharon Curtis. I run a children's centre, Ellesmere Children's Centre, and I'm one of the commissioners. I was really interested in terms of the data collected and the actual representation of the voices. And actually, one of the scenarios you gave, I would almost believe it's one of our parents about the park next door and the litter and the rest of it. And I wondered what, in terms of Healthwatch, how you ensure that tangible improvements are made within the healthcare and actually delivered for these communities. So I'm sort of interested in kind of the influence that Healthwatch has, but it's great that we can have lots of data collected, but what do we actually do that's tangible to make those improvements for those communities?
Mm-hmm. It's a good question, Sharon, and I have to say, I think it is your park that we're talking about.
I knew when you said it. Yeah,
yeah. So
that's
there you go.
knowing the community that I knew when you said. Yeah.
Yes. So I mean, this is such a difficult. I'll be honest. This is a really hard question to answer, because this goes back to what Judy was saying about what is and isn't in our gift. So, you know, we can bring people's experiences to the table, we can talk about them, we can describe them. And we hope that in doing so consistently and describing those issues in a way that does reflect on equality, inequality and race, we hope that by doing that, we can change the way that discussions take place and the way decision making happens. But we don't have the power to make services do things differently. We do have that there are some sort of statutory some things that Healthwatch do have a kind of legal, not powers, but that there are sort of statutory rules around Healthwatch. So for example, if we make recommendations, if we write to a statutory organisation, they do have to respond.
Okay.
That's not to say that response is necessarily going to have the changes that we hope or aspire that we're setting out to try and make, but there is a duty to respond. So it's that thing of at least engaging the system in a conversation about issues that are important to the people that we're hearing from. So at least it's being talked about, at least it's being looked at and considered, but we don't hold the power. Judy, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
I mean, Sharon, you've put your finger absolutely on one of our biggest frustrations, as you might imagine. I mean, just take another example. It's similar to the one about the park. Health and Wellbeing Board have got a health equality strategy, and one of the elements of it was to do more cycling and walking. We did a piece of work where people said, actually, what we want is better buses and public transport. So we were trying to bring that into that conversation, but the lens through which that strategy is produced is often quite limited, really. We're trying to widen that to get other experiences of life in there. But I think the other thing we want to do is to get the system and people who've got a view closer together. You can't duck somebody saying, this is my experience. Much harder to duck it. But it is, I think, one of the biggest challenges that we have to try and get those voices in the system and change it. So any help, I mean, we have made some, something about changing a culture of listening and hearing, and I think there's a little bit of a shift, and COVID has helped that. But my experience is that systems have a conservative default button. They go back to what they know very quickly. So the window of change through COVID is going to slam shut quite soon, I think. So that's why it's really good that this is happening now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Shall I carry on? Anybody else, Kevin?
Yeah, sorry, but Ruth, before I come back to you, I'd like to bring Shruti in because of the flow of ideas thus far. I'd like to go with it. Shruti, could you introduce yourself? You've got a question around Healthwatch's work with large health institutions. Could you go? And also, I'm just generally, everyone, I'm conscious of time that you know, I don't know where the time has gone. So I'll come back to you, Ruth, after
no,
this.
it's fine.
But commissioners, if you have any questions, I know that Sonia has one with me already. Can you put them into the chat and so that Adele can get them to me? So over to you, Shruti. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Kevin. Hi, I'm Shruti Paragov. I'm an independent change and strategy consultant. I say different things on different days, actually, depending on how I'm feeling. And I also chair BME Housing Association. So actually, you've answered some of it already in response to Sharon. I mean, I was interested in how you work with large health institutions in the city to influence change, and you've indicated that's the challenge already. I mean, I wanted to understand whether you've managed to challenge some of their own approaches, to race equality. And I'm conscious, for example, that they may claim they're taking action against certain things, but you might see things through a different lens and see they're not tackling system issues, and the very nice public statements might not actually represent any real change. And one of the areas actually is also on data about BAME experiences. So if they're not engaging with BME individuals and they don't have data from them, the data say on satisfaction, which the few people who may have completed it might not be really representative of the reality. And you know, I'm just sort of questioning, asking those kinds of questions and wondering whether you ever have a chance to influence the way they do things. Am I making sense? Sorry.
Yes, you are. I was just taking a breath and pausing before answering. Yes, no, you are making total sense. And it is, I guess, an extension of kind of what we've just been talking about in answer to Sharon's question. I think we do challenge. In terms of whether we all sort of managed to challenge their approaches to race equality, there's an example that we had not long ago where we were approached by an NHS organisation who had been doing some equality impact assessments of a particular change around a service. And they're working through a process. We haven't sort of touched much on sort of tools and frameworks and so on that the NHS use, but they do use a lot of different tools, frameworks to guide their consultation and work around equality. So we were approached with some of the equality impact assessments, and we were asked whether actually we could talk to the people, find out from people who would be negatively impacted by those assessments to hear their views of the proposed changes and the content of the equality impact assessment. Our response to that was that it was a wholly inappropriate way to engage. It was kind of, that shouldn't be the start of the conversation because it was a sort of complex NHS document. Actually, it was being driven by the process and not by the conversations with people. So our response to that was, you need to be starting this with a dialogue, actually, where you're firstly explaining to people what these changes might be and asking them about it rather than asking them to scrutinise your documents and your process. This is about them. It's not about, you know, the equality impact assessment is there to serve them, if you like. It's not there as the sort of starting point. So things about the process of how those changes are made, certainly all the time, actually, we're kind of cited on some of the way that some of those bits of engagement and consultation are done. And we'll be asking questions about that, you know, all the time. How effectively overall that changes the outcome. I might be drifting off into another sort of question here, really, but I think that, you know, the next step of that challenge is how well any of those processes actually then impact on the decisions that are made. So, for example, an equality impact assessment might be done. Does it genuinely ever actually change the direction of a proposed change to a service? It's very hard to say. Yes, so there are those things. We do challenge, some things take years. So this isn't a race equality issue, but it's we did a lot of work around interpreters for deaf BSL users, their access to healthcare. And we did that report in 2017 or 2018. I think we've spent the the last 4 years talking about that as an issue. Finally, just literally in the last couple of months, we've started to see some tangible impact of those conversations on the experiences of deaf people. So some of this is a really slow process, and it's chipping away at those issues over a long period of time to effect some change.
Just a couple of smaller points, Shruti. The one about data. I think too much data that's collected blands out because it's on huge scale, particular experiences. So we don't really collect big data, but we're keen to do the qualitative stuff that gives an additional view to the huge quantitative stuff. And I think that's really important. I think the NHS could do that in different ways. And as Lucy said, often these are really marathons, and we have to be like a terrier. We're, nipping away at things, but it is hard.
Thank you. Can I just ask very quickly, do you ever look at the data that you see coming from the NHS institutions and think that doesn't fit our understanding from the work that we have done?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've also had an experience with the clinical commissioning group where the GPs sitting around the table, this was on mental health as it happened, said the data didn't fit their experience either, which is extraordinary, which is what I mean about the blanding out of particular experience, even as it were amongst the professionals. So I think that question of data is really critical.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
Sorry, before I hand to Ruth for the last question, can I just check with you, Judy and Lucy, given that you've collected qualitative data and you've got a sense of the experiences of Black communities in Sheffield, are the patterns that you've identified shared in across the country in other health watches?
That's a good question.
So these are in relation to, the racialized experiences of patients, at the very least perceptions of differential services in the Black community sector. Is that anything that you've looked at?
Reports that might have been by other health watches, but we have had some Healthwatch England events where we've talked about issues of race inequality, and the sense that I get from those conversations is that certainly this isn't unique to Sheffield. So some of those issues around confidence, trust in the health service, different experiences of accessing healthcare, I'd say those themes are broadly reflected in the conversations that I might have with Healthwatch colleagues in other areas. But I'll be honest and say that I haven't sat down and methodically looked through reports or data or stories that they've shared to look at that more closely.
Thank you. Ruth, can I bring you in to ask the last question? If you have a last question, otherwise I can open it.
I think the last question is basically going to be looking at, can you say more about the value cross-system, cross-party health quality commission in regards to it being fragmented?
I think you say something about that in your submission, don't you?
You highlight it, yeah.
Yes. This sort of came out of some frustration, I suppose, I had with the Health and Wellbeing Board have a strategy around health equality, which I think is good, but it's quite hard to get it to have a bit more bite, shall we say, being polite. So I had this idea I was trying to get them to do, which was to have a commission. I mean, it's almost a bit mirroring what you're doing, to look at health inequality across the piece, but not as a council committee, Health and Wellbeing Board's council committee, with an independent chair, and to do a specific piece of work, and to do that as a focused piece of work. And but I think to do that well and to abide by our principles, you co-produce, you do it together, what it was going to do, how it would work, and all those sorts of things. So it was an idea rather than a plan.
Okay.
Well,
thank you.
We have the DPH coming in after you, so maybe it's something we might raise with him. We'll see. Given the time, Judy, Lucy, and commissioners, I think we'll have to draw this session to a close. Again, I don't know where the time's gone, but I'd like to thank you for your time and hope that you can stay connected and engaged with the Race Equality Commission. And if you need further information, or if you wish to connect with the Commission, don't hesitate to get in touch. Commissioners, you have a few minutes before the DPH, so if you wish to have a quick comfort break, then great, and I'll see you in about 4 minutes or so, and we'll get going at 12:15. Judy, Lucy, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Kevin, thank you. Colleagues, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Greg, hello, welcome.
Hi. Nice nutty backgrounds you've all got.
Well, yours isn't too bad. It's very, very limey, if you like.
Yeah, my wallpaper is famous.
Well, it's good to. Have we met before? I'm not sure. Maybe I've just seen too many of your videos.
Dim and distant past we've met, Kevin. Very, very, very dim and distant past.
Actually, maybe, because we do have a certain person in common.
We do, yeah.
We do, yeah. We'll talk about that another time. Greg, welcome. I'd like to just hand over to Adele just to get proceedings going, and then we'll begin the conversation.
Okay. As you know, Greg, I'm Adele Robinson and a member of the Race Equality Commission Secretariat. Before I introduce the chair of the Race Equality Commission, for context, I'm going to introduce the work. The Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. Today is the second day of the health theme. At the accumulation of the hearings, a final report will be submitted to action for key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you as a witness today to share your insights into the terms of reference for the Race Equality Commission, and these include knowledge of racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which may be of use to the Commission, knowledge of your own and other approaches to race equality duties and frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality in Sheffield. We're asking that witnesses are required to act in good faith, and by speaking today, you're agreeing to do so. And also to note that the hearing's being recorded and it will be available afterwards. Only commissioners can ask questions, but any papers, minutes, and non-confidential evidence will be made on the Commission's website. Commissioners will be invited by the chair to speak, to ask questions, and commissioners will introduce themselves before they speak. And people will use the chat function to let me know that they have a question for the chair. I'd now like to hand proceedings over to the chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele. Greg, if you look around the room, you'll see that I'm joined by commissioners who I'll invite to ask questions shortly, and they're joining me as independent chair of the commission. Greg, I wonder if you could make a short statement in a moment, just outlining the key points of your submission that we received last week. And after that, I will invite the commissioners to ask a few questions. Before you do that, could you just state your name, organisation, and the capacity you're joining us with us, and also if you could just state what part you played in the submission, in the writing of this submission.
Sure. So, hi all, my name's Greg Fell. I'm Director of Public Health for Sheffield. The council does my pay and rations, but my boss expects me to work in any space, in any organisation in the city. But as I say, the council does my pay and rations. On the submission, most of the work, as is mostly always the case, was done by Sarah Hepworth and Eleanor Rutter in my team. But I own it. I take responsibility for it, and I've had a fair hand in editing it once Sarah and Eleanor had done the work. Anyone who thinks directors of public health actually do work is sadly mistaken. We're all reliant on the teams that we've got. So Eleanor, Sarah did most of the hard work, and as I say, I own it and had a hand in editing the final edit that you've seen.
Can you give us an overview of your mission?
Sure. My intention was for a reasonably short submission. It turned into quite a long one in the end. I don't know how long it is compared to some of the others. So all up, we'd started with the story of inequalities. Like every city, Sheffield is no exception. It's the story of extremes. There are some places of extreme affluence. There are some places of significant poverty and deprivation. We start on that expressed geographically, but equally you can cut the city in lots and lots of other ways. You can clearly cut it by ethnicity, which is what we're going to talk about today. You can cut it by disability. You can cut the gap in health in all sorts of different ways. The overall strategy for health is the health and well-being strategy, and I use the term health advisedly. In this context, health is not the NHS. The NHS contributes to how healthy we are, but so do lots of other things. Health and well-being strategies existed for 2 or 3 years now in its current form. It's fair to say it's been knocked off track by COVID, as has everything else. There are 9 ambitions within the strategy which are broadly about the social and economic determinants of health. My reflection on the strategy a few years in, notwithstanding the knocked off track comment, is that its strength is its strategic, its weakness is its strategic. It is really broad and encompassing, but that limits the sort of granularity with which we get into detail. In any of the areas that are covered within the ambitions of the strategy, there's plenty of delivery in all sorts of shapes and guises, and I know about some, but not all of it. And again, one of the weaknesses is that no single person or stakeholder knows everything that's happening. Its other weakness, specifically with regard to the Race Equality Commission, is that it doesn't have specific stuff within it with regards to ethnic inequalities, and I'll reflect on that, and that would be probably a point of conversation going forward. The COVID pandemic has been all-consuming, has been for me, and I'd figure it has been for most people. It's the only thing I've done for about the last 15 months now, literally the only thing I've done for the last 15 months now. Really early on in the pandemic, it became abundantly clear that people of colour were being disproportionately affected by the pandemic in all sorts of ways, shapes and guises. There was a lot of soft intelligence on that, but it wasn't until 3 to 4 months into wave one that became abundantly clear data-wise, crystallized by Prof. Kevin Fenton's initial report, which was then subsequently, which was the data bit, which was then subsequently added to with the lived experience. My view is that the second iteration of Kevin's report was the most impactful. Early on, we did our own health impact assessment of the impact of COVID on the BAME communities in Sheffield, and guess what? We found broadly what Prof. Fenton had already found. Early on, we set up a BAME public health group. Sarah Hepworth in my team did most of the work on that with Shahida, who I can't see on the call today, but I think she's one of the commissioners. That was set up early on, and the methodology we used was really clear and really deliberate. It was work with people and listen to their experiences, reflect on that, and then act. And I think that was a deliberate strategy. And with the benefit of hindsight, it worked quite well. Early things that cropped up in that were confusing communications and misinformation. Lots of people bluntly didn't trust government communications. We tried to address that as effectively as we could locally. Others can judge how successfully we did that. Language barriers, including both kind of health literacy, but also more classical interpretation was an issue. Addressing hoaxes and rumours. There were thousands of hoaxes and rumours. They still are out there, and we address them carefully and sensitively with community leaders. There's no point me saying stuff, though apparently people do believe what I say for reasons I don't know. But our addressing hoaxes and rumours is working with community leaders and enabling and empowering community leaders to be community leaders. Because I'm a white middle-aged bloke. Why would an Asian person in Darnell believe what I've got to say? So our approach to addressing rumours was, again, with community leaders. The BAME Public Health Group is fairly long established now, and it's been fairly successful. The submission gives kind of some direct insight into the feedback from group members of the impact of the thing, and the statements largely speak for themselves. For me, the key outcomes of that group are the re-establishment of trust between the council leadership and the communities themselves and the NHS. I think we have done that. I can't measure that in any way, but certainly the feedback that I get from lots of stakeholders is that we've re-engineered a position whereby we've got the right mechanisms and communications for proper, robust two-way conversations and communications. Still lots of problems. It's still not perfect, and there's still a lot to do. Going forward, I'm pretty clear that we're committed to continuing that way of working, and broadly that group, because it's worked pretty well as a mechanism to develop better, more robust relationships between our communities at grassroots level and the council and the NHS leadership. That won't be a perfect or rocky ride, and of course by itself that won't go anywhere near to addressing sort of deep-seated structural issues, but it's setting us on the right path, I think. One concern that I think we'll need to manage is managing that group may destroy the creativity that comes from that group of people. And that group of people that we call the BAME Public Health Group may not itself be representative enough. It may not have tentacles into all of the places that we need to get into. So need to be fairly mindful of that. But I think as a DPH, I'm absolutely committed to that. Broadly seems like the right way of working, and the feedback that we've had from our communities says, yeah, it's been really, really gratefully received, and thank you. Please keep on that path. So that's probably all I'll say at the outset, and then go wherever you want to go questions wise.
Thanks, Greg. It's interesting what you're saying about that group of Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic representatives not necessarily being representative of the wider community, because that's something that's already come up over the day and a half of hearings that we've had thus far. And I wonder whether you have a strategy to widen the levels of engagement across the Black voluntary and community sector.
Yes, in short, but not a written strategy. I think we've clocked that people to be involved in any process may self-select themselves, or they may be tapped on the shoulder, or a combination of the above. And I don't know the answer to the question, how are we selected? I think they were largely self-selected, to be honest. To the question that's in the chat, but it's apparent that it may not be wide enough, and it may not get to all of the people that we need to get to. Arguably, that's an impossible job to reach everybody, and someone somehow, somewhere, somehow has to set up some form of representative structure. But if it's not properly representative, then that can become problematic. And so I don't have a written strategy on how I'll do that, but I think we've all clocked that's unfinished business and work to be continued.
Yeah, just some advice, Greg. You might want to close your chat, otherwise you might get distracted.
Oh. Okay, they just pop up on that. They pop up on my screen.
Okay, just don't worry. I'll pull them out and I'll channel them to you.
Okay.
The first thing I'd like to do, Greg, is, and thanks very much for that introduction. It was very helpful, and that summary was helpful because the commissioners haven't had that long to live with the evidence that was submitted. But I think that was a useful summary. I'd like to ask Martin Wilkie to lead the questions from the commissioners. Martin, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question, please?
Hi, Greg. I'm Martin Wilkie, renal physician working at Sheffield Teaching Hospitals. We've met before, actually, years ago.
Yeah, remember it well.
When we were on a Yorkshire and Humber renal services group before the 2010 dissolution of the monasteries occurred.
Yeah, I remember it well.
Anyway,
of those
great.
well.
So I've got a long series of questions, and we won't get to all of them, and I'm sure other commissioners will want to come in with key questions. But can I start with you helping us a bit with the origins of these health gaps that you describe? So the impact on health for people of Black and Asian and minority ethnic groups, and why that exists as it does in Sheffield, specifically, but also more broadly. Why is that burden experienced from your understanding?
So I don't think Sheffield is in any way special here. What I'll describe could be any northern city, certainly, probably any city in the country. The inequality has been with us for about 1,000 years or so, and I don't think it's sadly going anywhere anytime soon. There's huge accumulation of wealth and power in a relatively small group of people, and power is not given up. That's the fundamental root cause of this. Rolling a bit further downstream, in any of the things that we say are the determinants of health, so poor quality housing, poor quality access to skills and employment, poor educational outcomes, poverty, low wage, etc., and also including access to healthcare. All of those things are unequally distributed, certainly by geography, and no two ways about that. And there's umpteen mountains of evidence to demonstrate the geographical inequality, and also by race or ethnicity, and or by disability, disabled, not disabled. So however you want to cut the divide, all of the things that determine health are unequally distributed. And have been for a long time. That's not right, that's not fair, but that is a fact. There's no two ways about that. Roll forward again, Mike Marmot's report of 10, 11 years ago now is perhaps the most recent iteration of some of the measurement the gap and the analysis of the underlying reasons for the gap. Again, both geography and then by specific cohorts of the population. And Mike wrote 242 recommendations from memory. Some of those have received significant policy traction. Some of those haven't received significant policy traction for all sorts of reasons. Roll forward further 10 years, Mike Marmot's report of Marmot, the 10 years on from Marmot report it wasn't particularly complementary to government policies over the last 10 years. I'll say no more than that. We have shrunk the state, the local state, by 50, 60%. That comes with consequences. And so the description of the tailing off of life expectancy and healthy life expectancy historic improvements and some worrying signals of the gap starting to increase, definitely in infant mortality, but also healthy life expectancy. That was very, very directly linked by Mike Marmot to government austerity policy over the last 10 years. It's beyond my control, sadly. But Mike's point is inequality is a political choice. The gap isn't wider than it is, given the last 10 years we've experienced, is somewhat, well, miracle might be too strong a word, but it's somewhat heartening that the gap isn't wider than it is. But to go back to where I started, any of the things that determine health are unequally distributed, and that's at the root cause of inequality. Some of those things are immediately within our control, many of them aren't actually within our control.
And Greg, just to sort of infer from there, then this gap is potentially avoidable.
It might not be wholly avoidable, but I'll be a bit medical model here. But non-communicable diseases or cardiovascular disease, cancer, renal disease, etc. Significant chunks of that are avoidable morbidity and ultimately avoidable mortality. You roll upstream a little bit, we quickly start talking about cigarettes, lack of activity, alcohol, etc. The things that are called lifestyle choices, they're not really choices. Roll upstream further than that, poverty, poor quality housing, etc. All of which is ameliorable to intervention, but all of which requires the right kind of investment in the right kind of space. I think it's fair to say that Sheffield Council has some track record of trying to load investment in the right spaces, but it's not, none of us have been perfect. But at the heart of it is getting the investment in the right place. And the one point where I think Mike Marmot and the approach is weak is a shift from a sort of a paternalist needs-led model to a asset-oriented strengths-based model. I think that's the key thing that we probably need to achieve that significant shift over the next couple of years or so. There are plenty of places that have done that really, really well, actually. I don't think we've done that quite as well as we should in Sheffield. But not all of that gap is avoidable, but a significant chunk of that gap is avoidable, and broadly we know what to do. Some of it is lack of investment.
We'll come down to the implications in a few minutes, but before we get there, you also talk about intersection with other components such as gender, learning disabilities, disability in general, and other components. So how does that add to it? Can you just help us?
Well, so imagine someone who is Black and learning disabled and gay. All of those things add to each other, and then the things that aren't amongst the protected characteristics in the equality legislation. Homeless, very low income, very low wage, all of those things add to each other, and all of those things largely explain why some groups sadly have poorer health and shorter lives.
Okay, thank you, Greg. So moving on then from there, in your evidence, you say that we cannot go back to a deficit position in terms of trust, relationships, and collaboration. So clearly that's something which you identified, and I think we all recognize as an issue. What does that mean from the point of view of the Commission? What do we need to understand?
So I think as many strong pushes as possible onto the statutory sector in particular, because the statutory sector is historically quite paternalistic. to kind of move away from that. Well, we know what's best, and we will do things to you, and to shifting away from that as a sort of a default model of operating towards a what are your strengths in a particular community, be that geographically based or be that based on some other characteristic. So it's the kind of the shift from the what's wrong with you, Mr. Smith, or what's wrong with Darnall or Pechall or wherever, pick any part of Sheffield, to what are the strengths in a particular person or a geography. Now, there are some pockets of amazing practice in Sheffield across lots and lots of different services, lots and lots of professional groups, and lots of communities. But it's not systematic, and it's not hardwired into the sort of the nature and the culture of the city, I don't think. So that's the challenge. That's our challenge, and that's certainly, I think, where lots of us are pushing at over the next couple of years.
Okay, so we'll perhaps hear about some of those pockets in a moment. But before we get there, I want to ask you about what confidence you have then in the healthcare systems across Sheffield to satisfactorily respond to that challenge, that particularly described by ethnically diverse communities going forward.
I'm not sure I could quantify my confidence in any way. Again, I think it will be in pockets, and I think in parts of the healthcare system that are deeply embedded in specific communities, I think I've really, really high confidence, because they live it, they see it every day, and they know what will and won't fly within specific communities in Sheffield, and mostly respond to that. But the machine, perhaps less so. So the NHS is brilliant at equal. It is what it does. It's the constitutional pledge. Is to provide comprehensive care for everyone from birth to death and all that kind of stuff. That implies equal, and it's very, 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 very good at equal. But the problem is there's unequal need and unequal demand. So the NHS is less good. The machinery of the NHS is less good at responding to unequal. Not to put too fine a point on it, as the NHS switches back on the elective surgery machine, for instance, which has been significantly thrown off track by COVID, there will be significant waiting lists. I'm told they're not quite as significant in Sheffield as they are in lots of other core cities, so whatever's happened, good on Sheffield. But it'd be really easy to exacerbate all sorts of different aspects of inequality by equally switching on the machine across all of the bits of the city all at once. So to summarise, where bits of the NHS and particularly primary care are deeply embedded within communities, I have really high confidence that they will continue to do the amazing things they do day in, day out, because they get it and they see it, they live it. But the machinery is the bit that probably needs some thought, and I have less confidence, but I couldn't quantify that confidence, to be honest.
Okay, so that's about the institution in a sense. Thank you for that. So I want to now turn to the pandemic. The PHE Beyond the Data report described racism and discrimination experienced by communities and BAME key workers affecting their health, exposure to risk, and so on. So how was that particularly experienced in Sheffield, do you think? I mean, what was that sort of frontline experience from?
So I don't have much intelligence on the sort of the BAME key workers point. I think it's fair to say that the inequalities in COVID outcomes that we're seeing. So let's pick an outcome here: death, people who sadly died in the world, far too many of them, but and intensive care admission were disproportionately felt within BAME communities. You go right back upstream. There are probably a greater proportion of people from BAME communities that are in key worker and or frontline facing jobs that can't be done from home. I've been in my spare bedroom for about the last year and a half now. I'm a bit sick of it. But there are plenty of people probably a greater proportion of BAME and poor communities are in frontline facing jobs in retail, leisure, health and social care, that you have to go to work. You have to be in some kind of working environment. As a result, there was more exposure in those groups, probably higher rates, no, not probably, certainly higher levels of underlying morbidity, and particularly diabetes, which seems to be one of the key factors that predisposes to poorer outcomes, and as a result, higher rates of poorer outcomes. So, but tracking it right back, the exposure to risk and the exposure to transmission risk was probably inequitable. I don't have much local data, however. You picked there on sort of the systemic issues around disproportionate systemic issues around BAME key workers beyond the nature and the makeup of the economy and the who forms which bit of which workforce. I don't have much specific data on that one locally, sadly.
Okay, thank you for that. So then, responding to this, confronting the impact of racism on health, and you've alluded to this, requires a system-wide approach. But we weren't good at that, doing that before. What's changed? I mean, how are we going to do that better going forward as a result of the pandemic and the learning that's come from the pandemic? What are the actions that we've got now?
So there was nothing, well, no, I was going to say there was nothing inherently wrong with the approach. Clearly an approach that has leads to a 25-year gap in healthy life expectancy between best and worst isn't right and isn't good. There's one of my issues is that we all think there is a nice, easy, pithy answer to I can press this button on the side of my desk and I can resolve this. That answer doesn't exist. Arguably, if anything, it's called reread the Marmot report and implement all 242 recommendations. Easier said than done. I think that COVID has given the city, certainly the NHS and the City Council, a very hard lesson and shone a very hard light on inequalities that have been there already, and it's reignited the burning drive to address that. I don't think there are easy, simple answers. I just don't think they're there. And if they are, I want to hear them, because I genuinely don't think they do exist. There'll be a hard searching conversation about some of the fundamentals that underlie this, and you can strip all of those 240 odd recommendations back to some fundamentals, one of which is to relook at the proportional universality of our resource provision. So everybody should get some, those with more needs should get more. That's an inherently political thing to do, and I think that there'd be a difficult conversation to be had about, are we living that dream of proportionate universality? Probably in bits, but not fully, not systematically. Again, that goes back to it's easy to do equal. It's really, really hard, both politically and managerially, to do unequal. Are we prepared to shift resource and the intensity of our service provision to meet where the need is greatest? I hope so, but it's a difficult one. And secondly is the resourcing of voluntary and community sector activities. And I use that term advisedly. I don't mean just kind of funding organisations to do stuff, because there are plenty of voluntary and community sector organisations that do amazing stuff day in, day out across Sheffield. But it's the sort of shifting away from doing stuff, which VCF organisations, as I say, do well, to a more sustainable funding model. Plenty of VCF organisations are, if not close to, somewhere approaching the brink. COVID has exacerbated that significantly, and moving away from narrowly defined sets of stuff to broad capacity building. In old money, we call that community development, and we've lost it. We've lost it over a fairly long period of time now, and I kind of go straight back to the local authority funding cuts that we saw in the early days of the coalition government. It makes you focus on the statutory services. Community development is not a statutory service, so it's actually hard to define as a service as well, and I don't think we should. So those are the two things that I think the city really, really needs to reflect really hard on. Sadly, I don't think there are pithy, easy answers to any of the questions around inequality, be they specific, service-specific or topic-specific interventions, or be they broad, sprawling things. I just don't think easy answers exist. But COVID has given us a pretty hard lesson that it's still there and alive and kicking, sadly.
You've already described the engagement that you had with the community and faith organisations, the BAME community and faith organisations. I've lost you. Oh, there you are. Sorry, you moved on my screen.
I'm still there.
You moved. I thought, where were you? But initially, you know, there was a lack of linkage at the outset, and people didn't feel that they were known about. So can you just tell us about that journey, moving from what was challenging through to a better system, which is now working better, and what we need to learn from that?
Credit there to Shahida, actually, Shahida Siddiq. So Faith Star have historically been a faith-based organisation. They've done a great job over many years. Early on, I struck up a conversation with Shahida on the. This was in the run-up to lockdown 1. Remember it well. I'll never forget it. Shahida, what are we going to do around the faith sector? And this was all faiths, all denominations. Shahida and I did a round robin of meetings with faith leaders and kind of. In a nice way, read the Riot Act, because many of those faith institutions wanted to keep open for worship, and it just wasn't going to be an option. So government had shut them down, and we needed to make sure that actually happened. From that, the conversation that we had with Shahida morphed into the BAME communities. Greg, you can't forget this, and clearly she was dead right. So most of the initial contact was with and through Shahida, actually. As I say, then Sarah in my team. I couldn't do all of these jobs myself. My life is full of 1,000,001 pressing demands, and sometimes I even get to do some of them. So clearly I couldn't do this work myself. So Sarah in my team ended up almost by random accident, being the person that kind of took on the work with responsibility for faith, but then broadened and morphed into either broadened or narrowed, depending on which way you want to look at it, but shifted to faith and the BAME communities. And it was Sarah and Shahida between them that was the driving force for what eventually happened, which was broadly a good thing. But as I say, going right back to the start, we now need to think, is it broad enough and is it representative enough? But that was how it played out.
But it provides a really good example of a means of engagement and a way forward. I mean, do you have confidence that will then move forward in that direction?
Yes, but and the yes bit is that the yes and the but bit is that these things, one, it happened serendipitously. Great, I'm eternally grateful it did happen, but it was a bit serendipitous, and sometimes these things happen by happy accident. And we'll reflect on whether or not that was okay, that this just happened by happy accident, but it did happen, and that's good. Secondly, these things, in my experience, stand or fall based on the interpersonal relationships of skilled and connected individuals. And if Sarah or Shahida will run over by a bus tomorrow, God forbid, then we might be in trouble, because the trust is with the individuals rather than much more systemic trust across institutions. And even when you've got much more systemic trust across institutions and sectors, it still stands or falls based on committed, skilled and connected individuals. I might add, because I can see a face, Adele had a key role in some of this stuff as well.
Martin, can I just interrupt
sure.
for a second, because I'd like to bring Shruti in to ask her question around the BAME COVID group.
Right, thanks, Kevin. I'd completely forgotten I'd posted that. Hi, Greg. I'm Shruti Bhargav. I'm an independent change and strategy consultant. Formerly worked for the council a long time ago, and also chair of the Housing Association. So I'm aware of there being other grassroots organisations in the city, and I think, to be fair, you've probably answered a lot of my questions around this. One of the key groups I know that's been set up is the BAMER COVID-19 group, and I wondered if you'd involve them at all.
Yes, in short. Well, I think so. I'll check with Sarah whether or not I'm correct in saying that, but yes, I'm fairly certain that we have.
Okay, thank you.
I'll check afterwards whether I've given you a truthful answer, but I'm fairly certain we have.
It seems from your response that you've worked more with, say, Faith Star than the BAMER groups.
FaithStar are the route in. FaithStar have been the convener and the organising force. Yeah. But it's the membership of the group where the power is actually. That's the thing that makes it work. It's a broadly all in, all equal. Everything that everybody says has equal weight and equal merit. FaithStar have helped convene it, and someone somewhere needed to help convene it. So I wouldn't say that any institution, including FaithStar, are kind of in control of that, and that's arguably the beauty of it. It's a bit more difficult to harness, but the beauty is it's not something that I, as the DPH, am trying to control because I don't know how, to be honest.
Martin, thank you, Greg.
Yeah, okay. So you talked. So just to move to a slightly different track, then, to explore the relationship between the council, Sheffield City Council, and the Accountable Care Partnership. Looking back at the report from 2019, I noted that there was no ethnicity data in that report, but I understand there's a recommendation to try to include some ethnicity data going forward, and that they've made a series of recommendations, and I wanted to understand your confidence about how that's going to work.
Made recommendations about recording ethnicity and
well, no, broader than that. It's really about working on these sort of ethnic discrepancies in health.
Well, the Accountable Care Partnership, which I probably should say has been part of the driving force behind this. So Jane Ginniver in particular deserves a lot of credit. Have committed to implementing the recommendations that they've set out, but the ACP by itself can't do that. The individual members of the ACP have to do that, and the ACP don't have power to make the individual members. So the individual NHS trusts, the councils, primary care, which, as we all know, is 90 odd independent GP practices, 60 odd pharmacies. No one has the power to make the individual constituent members of the ACP, which is a club of willing volunteer organisations, do any of the things. I think no problem actually. No problem. Yeah, no problem at all with the plan that's been set out. Maybe the gap is the managerial muscle to make sure that those implementations are put into place. Some of them will fall into place really quickly and really easily because there's traction, there's something somewhere else that's going to make that happen. Some of them will be really rather difficult. And sadly, I think one of the things that will be difficult is ethnicity monitoring. I've lost count of the number of recommendations that have been made by Uncle Tom Cobley and all to get better ethnicity data in NHS service delivery, and it hasn't happened yet for all sorts of probably understandable reasons, but it hasn't happened. And what gets measured arguably is what matters, and we still don't have great measures. It's improving a little bit, but it's a bit too slow in my view.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I mean, that's kind of important, although we did hear in one of the other sessions that we had earlier on some of the negative sides of collecting data in that sort of way as well. But you know, without seeing the data, we can't see the change and the benefit. So just to sort of summarize then, do you think that sort of Sheffield Health Incorporated is sufficiently joined up, sufficiently collaborative to wrestle with this issue and to really try to advance it?
Yes and no. I think there are plenty of committed individuals within the Sheffield collection of NHS organisations that care passionately about it and feel very strongly about it. Many of the recommendations that have been made around NHS delivery and ethnicity or race will be taken forward. So that's the yes bit. The no bit is that Sheffield NHS Collective is a collective of individual constituent organisations, each of which are also being pressed in all sorts of other ways, and there are always limits to bandwidth and managerial and leadership capacity. So that's where it will fall down. It's the other pressing needs that are also must be done and must be done by yesterday's. That's the bit where it will fall down, and I think that bit needs some fairly systemic and fairly high level attention. Arguably, if I had to pick two areas, and I'm going to pick two, not one, sorry, two areas of the diversity and equality agenda that I'd focus most of my time and energy on, would be learning disability and ethnicity. As sort of, if you get it right there, most other things will fall into place. But but it won't happen by magic. It will need sustained managerial effort over a very long period of time to implement some of those recommendations, because, as I say, some are probably fairly straightforward, but many actually aren't and require fundamentally different ways of working, but also thinking. There's some deep-seated cultural issues there as well.
Thank you, Greg. Kevin, I've got other questions, but I'm conscious of time, and I want to ensure that some of our other colleagues have a chance to ask questions.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, it is getting close to time, Greg. Thanks for your focus in this session. Martin, can I just hand it over to Ruth and then Sharon, because their questions are connected. Ruth, if you can, I don't know if you've introduced yourself. I can't remember. Each session is blending into the next, but if you could introduce yourself and then ask your question, and then Sharon, if you could follow. Thank you.
Hi, Greg. I'm Ruth Mcdonald. I'm a social worker for Sheffield City Council. One of the questions that I was asking is basically, as workers, as social workers on the front line visiting a lot of these families, we weren't aware of these speeches you were doing or invited to any of these. How can we be a part of that the next time?
That's dead simple. Either email me or email Sarah Hepworth. Sarah.hepworth2@sheffield.gov.uk, or me. I'm dead simple. Really simple. It's really open. I'm not aware, by the way, I've been making any speeches other than those things that the comms team make me record once a week, the videos. Beyond that, I'm not aware that I've been making any speeches. But in terms of that, in terms of that group, me or Sarah. Sarah does, in my team, does most of the hard work. So just email one of the two of us, and that's really easy thing to connect and sort.
Wonderful, thank you.
Sharon.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sharon Curtis. Hi, Greg. I just was following on really from what you were saying about working with a particular group. I think you said Faith Star. My question is very much about inclusive practice and how you ensure that all communities of colour actually have their voices heard and actually have their experiences included. And what sort of system do you actually use to collate that information and to ensure that those communities are actually contacted?
So I can't honestly give you an answer to that one, because I don't know. I haven't done the work myself. Sarah in my team and Shahida have done most of that work. As I say, there's always more to do to make it more inclusive and more representative of everybody. But in terms of the methodology, I genuinely don't know. I couldn't honestly give you an answer on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Martin, would you like to?
Yeah, so if we've got a spot more time, then I'll just take another angle. So what can the Racial Equality Commission learn from the main circumstances why it was necessary for the Accountable Care Partnership to focus on two subgroups, namely communities and workforce? Why were they divided up, and what do we learn from that? I think we can make our own assumptions, but I wondered what you thought about that.
So the communities bit was really obvious. There was, it was really clear that people of colour were dying at a greater rate than white people. Arguably, that may have been unavoidable given differential exposure or underlying morbidity. But I don't think it was avoidable, to be honest. But at the time, it was clear that this was a burning, pressing issue that just couldn't be ignored. And it was also clear that the institutions didn't know the answer therefore we needed to go and speak to people who actually have lived experience to get their perspectives on things. That bit was just perfectly clear. There had to be some better way of connection between the NHS and the council as the two big public sector institutions, but there are plenty of other institutions, and Birmingham communities. Workforce largely came, and I wasn't involved in this one, but my senses from the outside largely came from the realisation that the workforce wasn't terribly diverse or wasn't diverse enough, are we doing all we can to address diversity within the workforce? But there may have been other things that were missed from the approach based on communities and workforce. Arguably, with hindsight, might have also more systematically looked at service access, service provision, and outcomes of services themselves. But we didn't, and I genuinely can't remember the sort of the rationale and reasoning for what got established and what didn't get established.
When we hear about workforce, I mean, we've had quite a lot of representations to this commission around workforce and the need for representation throughout the workforce and at higher levels, indeed. So what's your sense about Sheffield? Is it just a little bit sort of, I don't know, conservative about that, or you know, why has Sheffield been rather slow at enabling people from a range of backgrounds at a more senior level, do you think?
Probably haven't put the right infrastructure and thought in to make it happen. And just out of interest, our exec management team heard a presentation from HR this week, actually, which HR had clearly very, very systematically thought through from the sort of the skills pre-employment, but also the getting people into employment, career progression from first job right up to very senior levels. How do we get a more diverse workforce? I can't remember the specifics now, but I do remember the presentation was one thorough, systematic, and really, really inspiring, but equally humbling because the message was we're a bit rubbish. Chief Exec heard that. Chief Exec has the same view, and the Chief Exec says this isn't good enough. We are behind. And I think the presentation we as an organisation had from our HR team was 1, humbling, 2, insightful, and 3, full of practical things. Now you're going to test me now. Can I remember what the practical things are? And I can't, because a lot's happened between that Tuesday and now. But we can dig up the slides, and I think the commitment is from the organisation that we will work out how we implement all of the things that were in the set of recommendations from HR. Questions about timing and scheduling and prioritisation, but no disagreements. We're not very good, and we need to improve the end.
Greg, I'd like to give you.
Martin,
sorry, Kevin. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just conscious of time. And with Greg saying the end, it kind of just reinforced that. I just wanted to, if you can just indulge me as chair, Martin and Greg. Martin, you asked the question around the ACP and the subgroups. One on communities. Greg said. People from Black communities were dying at a higher rate and so on, and then there was the workforce group. Now clearly the communities one was a reaction to what was going on in the pandemic. The workforce group sounds like the sort of group that should have been in place a long time ago. Do you agree or disagree with that, Greg?
But yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. So yes, I agree. It's there now. One thing I should say is I don't know whether each of the institutions that are members of the thing called Sheffield Accountable Care Partnership have their own approaches. I suspect the big ones do, actually. I suspect the big NHS employers do. I don't know that. As I say, the council has acknowledged it needs to improve its practice in that space. But yeah, you're right. So the ACP is a partnership of organisations, each of which are individual, and yeah, arguably should have been in place for a long time. So hard to disagree with you. It is in place now. Our challenge is to sustain it.
Yeah, and thank you, Greg. And Martin, can I invite you to ask the last question in this session?
Sure. So there's a challenge. I'm going to give you an opportunity, Greg. You mentioned those examples of good practice. Can we have some of those? Because it'd be really nice to hear some of those, I think, at this point.
So, well, the specific was around good practice around asset-based or strengths-based working. I won't give you examples specific and pertinent to the BAME communities in Sheffield, but for example, and Ruth may or may not tell me I'm right on this, our social care teams, both children's and adults, have sweated huge amounts of time and energy on shifting to a strengths-based model. Probably slightly different approaches in children and adult social care, but broadly the underpinnings are the same. I think children's social care calls it signs of safety, and adult social care calls it, Ruth, I can't remember, but you'll know what.
I'm not sure with the adults and children's.
So social care, this is common business to them. Primary care, I think, is trying really hard, and I and others have been doing some work, particularly Ollie Hart from Out Healy Way, been doing a lot of work around what the NHS version of this is called person-centred care. And Martin, I know you know all about this. So bits of the NHS are doing really, really well in this space, but it's not systemic. And actually, it's probably not equally applied to the way in which we run services and big processes. We're okay with regard to professional practice of some of our workforces. Always scope to improve, but we don't apply the same thinking and the same methodology on asset-based working, strengths-based working, whatever you want to call it, to the way in which the sort of the big decisions get made and cities get run. So there's the challenge. There's the business end.
So we've heard that through this morning, actually, hearing individual experiences, the person-centered component, and how that impacts on decision making. And I think that's a big challenge to take forward.
Agreed. Yeah, and I'm not sure anywhere's really got that right. There are one or two poster boys or poster girls where that clearly has been systematized. Wigan is the obvious poster girl for that one, but there are probably nowhere that's really got it right. But plenty of pushing in that direction. But that's the big challenge. It's the sort of the applying that kind of thinking to the big decision making processes, as well as individual professional practice in all sorts of shapes and guises.
Thank you, Greg. So, Kevin, have we sort of run out of time then?
I think we've kind of come to a natural, we could go on for another hour
2 hours
quite easily, but we're not going to. I think it falls on me to thank you, Greg,
thank you very much
for your attendance today and for supplying the evidence, and of course for all the work that you've been doing over this difficult time of the pandemic. You've given us a lot of food for thought, and hopefully you can stay engaged and connected with the work of the Quality Commission, and you're open to us coming back to you for perhaps for further information or for some clarifications around issues. Welcome, Lucy, Zach, Caroline, and to the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I'm going to hand you over to Adele Robinson from the Secretariat, just to give you some introductory information, and then she'll hand back to me. But welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I've just got a little bit of an introduction for you. So before I introduce the chair of the Commission, for context, I'm going to introduce you to the work of the Commission. The Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was set up and established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, business and employment, civic life and communities, crime and justice, sport and culture. Today is the second day of the health hearing. At the accumulation of the hearings, a final report will be submitted for action to the key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you as witnesses today to share your insight into the terms of reference for the Race Equality Commission. And this includes sharing your knowledge of the following areas: racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which may be of interest to the Commission; knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related equality duties and frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism and racial inequality within the city. Furthermore, all witnesses are required to act in good faith, and by speaking today, you're agreeing to do so. For those in attendance, just to note that the hearing is being recorded and it will be available afterwards. Only the commissioners will be allowed to ask questions, but any papers, minutes and non-confidential evidence will be made available on the Commission's website afterwards. Also, please note that can anyone wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And for commissioners, can you introduce yourself before speaking? And now I'll hand you over to Professor Kevin Hilton, the chair of the Race Equality Commission. Thank you. You're on mute, Kevin.
Let's try that again. So as independent chair, I'm joined by commissioners, as you can see in the room. I'd like to welcome you to the to today's session. I have two groups invited today, and I'll talk about why shortly. I'd like, if it's okay with you, for perhaps Lucy and Caroline to say a little bit about the evidence that's been submitted, just about, no more than five minutes, if you can just keep that brief. If you could just outline the key points for the commissioners who are familiar with your evidence, you don't need to go into detail. Before you do that, could you state your name and your organisation and the capacity in which you're attending today, and could you also state what part you played in the writing of the evidence? Once you've done that, I am then going to hand you over to two of the commissioners, and I'll explain why in a sec. Now, in the evidence that was submitted by Jan originally, Jan Ditheridge, she talked about the CCG having provided evidence, and that they would stand by that evidence but build on some other areas. So that's why these two groups are together today, just to let you know that. So we have now less than an hour, and I'd like to pass you over to well, actually, no, not yet. Sorry, you haven't done your intros. Could Lucy and Caroline do your 5-minute overviews, and then I will hand you over to commissioners for their questions. So who would like to go first? Lucy or Caroline?
I'll go first.
Thank you.
Kevin, that's okay. Hi everyone, my name is Lucy Ettridge. I'm Deputy Director for Communications and Engagement at Equality for NHS Sheffield CCG. And I know you've read our evidence, so you'll know that we're the Health Commissioner in the city. And so we're responsible for buying and purchasing health services on behalf of the population. And we have a budget of around £1 billion. So we're considerably known as one of the larger CCGs in the country. And so you'll know from the evidence that we submitted, and sorry, you wanted to know the role that I took. I led on pulling together the evidence and writing the evidence on behalf of the CCG with many other people, including Zach and many of our deputy directors. So it's not my view, it's the CCG's view. So you can see that we talked about what we need to do to tackle racism or racial inequalities in the city. That we said that actually it's so much wider than the NHS and the CCG, and we're not going to hide behind that. we realise that we do have a role to play, but we think that all the solutions involve working in partnership with the statutory sector and community and voluntary sector in the city and other organisations as well. But we do realise that we have a fundamental role in reducing racial health inequalities in particular, but also racism. Like I said, we're a commissioner of health and care services, so we have a fundamental role in improving access to services. We have a considerable budget. And so just a couple of things I'd like to point out. So we think one of the biggest ways we can reduce racial inequalities is disproportionately invest in services. So what we mean by that is actually investing in areas in the city and communities in the city with the greatest health needs. So actually they need more support and more resource to actually improve their health and overcome inequalities in other areas in the city. So it's not about a fair distribution of resource, it's a disproportionate investment of resource. And so we're going to looking to move that from acute sector into primary care and community sector, including voluntary and community organisations, and not necessarily statutory organisations. But we did put in the evidence that we are constrained sometimes by moving resources around due to national performance and financial frameworks that are set by NHS England and improvement. So even though it sounds like we've got a massive budget, £1 billion, and it is huge, there's actually a lot of that is predetermined. So there's a lot that actually we don't have much say over. And we do have big contracts with the acute services, but the discretional spend that we do have, we are investing more in primary care and community services. We also, like I started in the introduction by saying we can't do this on our own. So the solution is better integration of NHS, council and voluntary sector services. And actually in the pandemic, we have worked really closely together as a city, and that's continued in the rollout of the vaccination programme. And that is something we'd like to build on. And fundamentally underpinning all of this is engaging with communities, engaging with ethnic and minority communities. And we've got a new recently approved communication engagement strategy, which talks about moving our resource away from, in the past, we've been quite, a lot of our engagement has featured the white middle class voice, the person that's easy for them to be heard. And we're looking at moving that resource to voluntary community sector and working with some of those underserved communities. Because we need to understand need and work with communities to design services that help improve the lives of Sheffield people. So I'll stop there. I think that was my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Lucy. Bang on time. And Caroline.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Caroline Parry, and I'm the Executive Director of People at Sheffield Health and Social Care. I was appointed to role in January of this year, and it's at that point that I took on responsibility as executive responsibility for equality, diversity and inclusion from Jan Ditheridge. And so the evidence that was provided, I have contributed to that because I was a Deputy Director previously. And Liz Johnson, who's with me today, our Head of Equality and Inclusion, was also involved in pulling a lot of that information together in collaboration with a number of our staff across the organisation. You'll know that Sheffield Health and Social Care is one of 3 provider NHS organisations in Sheffield. We provide mental health and learning disability services and some specialist services. Most people using our services live in Sheffield, and the largest part of our services are focused on mental health. We provide services to around 55,000 people per year, and our services are commissioned and funded through NHS Sheffield Clinical Commissioning Group, Sheffield Council and NHS England for specialist services. In terms of health inequalities, we are fully aware as an organisation that in Sheffield, some areas have a high prevalence of severe mental health conditions and health inequalities. And some of those areas also have the highest levels of diversity in terms of people's ethnicity. We understand that Sheffield, we've noted this about Sheffield CCG having provided some evidence in their data, and we're aware of that, but haven't reported that in our evidence. I wanted to highlight some of the areas from our submission. So all NHS organisations use the Workforce Race Equality Standard to frame most of our people plan actions on race equality. Some of our areas of focus, I think one of them has included increasing the diversity of senior leadership. And we've had a strategy in place since 2017 until this year, with target set, sorry, until this year. The aim there was to move posts up from band 5, which is the post just before moving into junior management. So to increase progression up from band 6 and 7, which is our middle management, up to more senior roles at band 8 and 9 in the organisation. So we had set a target of 9%, which has been achieved in band 7. So we've made some good progress in the other areas, but we're just about to set refreshed targets for 22 and beyond. And so we have some more work to do in those other bandings. Our staff network groups have grown considerably over the last few years. In particular, our BME staff network group, which was established in 2017, has seen some changes, and that was influenced by evaluation and feedback from our reciprocal mentoring programme. There were some barriers identified, and we made some changes, and since 2017, membership of that group has grown from 6 to 106 members, and a very active and influential voice within the organisation.
Sorry, Caroline. I don't mean to cut you short. He says cutting you short, but I realise how short the session is, given that there's the two of you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So I'm sure we have your submission, and so we'll be drilling down deeper into some of the things I'm sure you were going to go on to talk about.
Okay.
So what I'd like to do initially is invite Sonia Gale to first introduce herself and to ask Zach and Lucy a few questions about the CCG, and then I will invite Malcolm Cumberbatch to speak to you, Caroline, and Liz after that. Okay, thank you, Sonia.
Thank you, Professor Hilton, and a warm welcome to our guests today. So just in terms of my background, I previously worked in financial services, now semi-retired, and I'm a non-executive for Breast Cancer Now, the charity, and I'm also a trustee for Steel City Schools Academy, which is the largest primary in Sheffield region. And I'm also a volunteer for Sheffield NHS Hospitals Foundation Trust and the British Red Cross. I was born in Sheffield, but I've lived and worked in London for many years, and I've recently returned to help care for a relative. And I've had first-hand experience across the whole spectrum of the health and social care. So this session today is very timely. And I was intrigued to read the submission of the CCG. And it picked up some of the themes that I'd come across personally, and also what we were seeing from some of the other respondents. Just turning to Lucy and Zach, and I was actually surprised by the frankness in the report, and you've acknowledged that there is a lack of diversity in the CCG, although not within the governing body. And I'd be interested to, did you identify what the historical reasons were for that? You might be on mute.
Thank you for your question, Sonia. Yes, we do have a lack of diversity, particularly in our senior managers. And by senior managers, we talk about anything above sort of band 8s. Since we submitted the evidence, it's gone up slightly. It's gone up in the right direction, but it's still below what reflects the wider population. We haven't, to be honest, done a review to understand why our staff workforce doesn't reflect the wider population. But I don't think we're unusual, which is no excuse. And I think our governing body reflects the wider population because that has clinicians on it and GPs, which we tend to have a greater number of people from an ethnic minority background. So we don't know the reasons why, but we are working hard to improve the diversity of our workforce. We talked about in the paper that our accountable officer, so effectively our chief executive, she participates in reverse mentoring with a junior member of our workforce from an ethnic minority group, and that's been so successful, and she's got so much out of it, and the mentor has got so much out of it. We've signed up for a citywide reverse mentoring scheme and a South Yorkshire mentoring scheme, so more of our staff can be mentored and can be mentees.
And that's good to hear. I guess it would be, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just to hope to improve leadership opportunities for junior staff from ethnic minority backgrounds. And so it's something that we've really been working hard on the last year. And in the last year, we've set up a promoting equality and diversity group. So we're not a trust, so we don't employ lots of staff. And I know trusts have often had BAME networks, and we've never had one. So we've set one up this year, and it's very much grassroots led. So it's led by our staff, who are often quite junior. It's actually chaired by a junior member of our staff, who is an administrative officer. And they've been leading the cultural change in the organisation. So they've been really raising awareness of Black Lives Matter and other equality issues. And they're working on a piece of work looking at recruitment. So what can we do to improve the diversity of our workforce via recruitment? The NHS, I think, gets recruitment right from the point of view that we carry out blind recruitment. And I don't know if that's the right term, but where people apply for a job and we can't see the name, we don't know the date of birth. So taking away the unconscious bias. But then obviously we don't recruit enough people from an ethnic minority background. And that's something that we are working on now, but we don't have the answers today, I'm afraid.
No, and that was my next question, which was actually looking to see, you said that you've seen the dial kind of moving in the right direction in terms of your band 8, but are you also seeing improvements in terms of retention rates amongst your BME staff community? And also you then talk about recruitment and what the barriers are there. And I was going to ask, whether it's direct recruitment, if you use agencies, is it where roles are being advertised, etc.? Whether you have a field for some of the drivers of why you're not seeing that interest or the number of candidates coming through the door?
No, we don't know that yet, and that's a piece of work that we're looking at. And our recruitment is all internal. We use very few recruitment consultants. We go through NHS Jobs, which is a national recruitment service. What was your first question? Sorry.
I think you answered both of them. I mean, we were talking about just moving the dials, and we've talked about recruitment, and also I guess we're also looking at your staff retention. So are you starting to see some positive outcomes in terms of your ability to hold on to the BME staff that you already have?
Yeah, our staff retention actually is quite good. I don't have the stats today, but we talk about in our survey, our staff survey, which we carry out every year. I think we reported there that the experiences of some of our BAME staff are actually not as good as our staff from white populations. And we've just repeated the survey. The results are in now, so we're going to disaggregate the data again by ethnic groups and get into smaller populations as well, rather than just looking at BAME versus non-BAME. And if there are any issues, then we will thoroughly review that and try and understand why staff have poor experiences.
So you are using exit interviews to capture that?
Yeah, we do those routinely. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, we have quite low turnover of staff.
Can I just add really briefly? I'm Zach McMurray. I'm a GP and medical director at the CCG. Apologies for the background noise. It's the downside of working from home. But it was just to say we do spend a lot of time trying to work with staff. So one of the advantages of doing this sort of remote working is that you potentially can get large groups of people together quite easily. So we do have weekly staff briefings. And part of it is really to try and empower staff to feel part of the organisation. We were an organisation that went through a difficult time a few years ago, and I think that's hopefully why there's a bit of transparency and honesty about the position we're in, and that we really are trying to change things. We've got the added difficulty in that the NHS likes to reorganise every few years, so the future of the CCG has been a bit uncertain. But in spite of that, my understanding is the retention rates are still pretty good. And we do regular staff temperature checks and staff surveys. And again, the feedback we're getting from staff is very positive.
Exactly. Thank you. And I'll just stay with you, if I may, Dr. Zach. It's just really picking up on, I guess, the community moving away from CCG staff. And I was struck by one of the statements in the evidence that the needs of deprived communities are not well considered. And I just wanted to get a sense of what that statement was actually based on.
So I think there's a couple of factors. I think Sheffield is quite an unusual city in that we've got pockets of extreme deprivation and we've got pockets of extreme wealth. I think the classical thing is the 81 bus route that people talk about. So, and I think it's the local knowledge bit. So I think the opportunity we've got is around primary care networks, GP practices working together, who hopefully connect with the communities more and understand the communities. But I think it's really important that understanding that the communities are different and how you engage with communities, and you get the difficult to connect with to connect, and you vary your services so that you're actually, I guess, representative of the communities, and you can try and sort of get more engagement by doing that. That sometimes can be difficult if you've got a national model. So there's a national GP contract, national hospital contracts. And it's a bit that Lucy said about, even although we do have £1 billion budget, there is a limitation in how much flexibility within resources we have. So a lot of that is trying to bring communities together with services and trying to get the flexibility that way.
And just following on that theme, where you go on to say in the evidence that ethnocentrism and bias in the health system has compounded these health inequalities. Can you just expand on that, please?
So I guess an example would be one of the current things would be the vaccine rollout, which, you know, you do have to decide how you're going to tackle the vaccine rollout. But if you approach it, and quite sensibly approach it in bands of age, because they are the highest risk populations. The problem we've got in Sheffield is that we don't have as many 80-year-olds in the more deprived areas because, to be blunt, they don't live that long. So what we've ended up with is a vaccine rollout that's very nationally controlled with little flexibility, that effectively has vaccinated the least deprived areas first. And what we've found is, because of that, it's exacerbated the deprivation. Now, what we've tried to do is use as much flexibility we can within our primary care networks, to use innovative ways of actually sort of approaching vaccinations within the populations. But it has been working against some of the national diktats that have been coming down. So that's where the understanding your local population and having the autonomy and the flexibility to meet the needs of that population, I think, is really important.
Thank you. Just focusing, I guess, on the levers that the CCG can employ, and obviously, you know, controlling a $1 billion plus budget is a pretty big lever. To what extent do you have within your gift the power to influence how that funding is distributed, depending on whether the recipient organization has adequate controls around its ability to meet the needs of a diverse community? Is this something that you scrutinize as part of the funding criteria?
So I think, to be honest, I think you've got limited power. It sounds as if £1 billion budget is very powerful, but limited power because they are nationally set up contracts. I think, to be fair to the national contracts, I think tackling inequalities are now built in, and it does give you a little bit more power in doing that. If I'm brutally honest, I think it's more about actually trying to get the mindsets and getting the people on board to do the right thing. And I think the advantage we've got in Sheffield, there is a bit of a movement to try and change some of this. A lot of us who have lived in Sheffield for many years have seen the inequalities, and we really do want to tackle them. So the advantage we've got is we've got strong partnerships across organisations, and irrespective of some of the contract limitations, I think we do bend the rules and bend the contracts as much as we can to work together to tackle some of this. Still a huge amount of work to do, but I think that's the approach that we're taking.
Right, I make that statement because clearly if the strategy going forward is to try and focus funding on the areas of greatest need, if historically that hasn't been the case, there could be some resistance and pushback from those who've previously been recipients. Yeah. So have you got a strategy for how you might tackle that?
So what we're trying to do is any discretionary spend or new money that we have coming into the system, we try to move it that way. So one example would be the extra funding we've given to some practices in more deprived areas. The national contract, we feel, doesn't adequately accommodate that. So what we've done is deliberately moved a small amount of funding into the more deprived areas to try and give extra resource to practices. It's not just funding, it's also staffing. So if we're actually providing a service across, we would be able to look at the needs of the population and then match the service with the needs. So that might mean a disproportionate amount of staff that may go into a particular area versus another area. It is a difficult conversation to have, and it's a conversation where you almost have to try and take the moral high ground and do it that way to try and get people to accept that they'll get less, because people love talking about levelling up. Problem with levelling up is it takes too long. So you do have to probably withdraw some funding. So one example would be we need to get more funding into community and primary care, because that's where you have the biggest impact. A lot of that money is sitting within the hospital sector at the moment, but there is a willingness from our colleagues within the hospital sector to work together to move that resource, because sometimes you're better talking about resource than money. Move that resource into the more deprived areas to try and make a difference that way.
And I mean, I guess just looking at these, I think there were 7 GP practices identified in the evidence where there was significantly added patient pressures. Just for my own understanding, is this the totality within Sheffield, or are there potentially other GP practices who might have similar pressures, but perhaps are just below the target line for additional support?
Yeah, it's that basically almost the Sheffield is divided in half. So I would say half the practice is probably the current GP contract doesn't adequately fund, and that's the difficulty we've got. So we've got limited excess resources that we can invest. So we've tried to target them towards the most needy. But it would be unfair to say that the other practices can then manage, because I think exactly as you say, other practices are in a very similar position, but also general practice is really struggling at the moment anyway, and under a massive amount of pressure. So again, we've got to be careful, because if we try to shift too much money, even the money that we can shift, there is a risk that you'll destabilize practices in another area, and you're just making the situation worse.
Yeah, and I think the message really, as you say, has to be focused on need as opposed to we're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think this is probably more a question for Lucy, and that's really just understanding about public health messages. I think COVID has shown some real examples about how some messages are not being perceived or not understood, and perhaps it's not just language barrier, but also the means by which the message is being conveyed in terms of its readability and ease of access, and the dreaded, oh, please refer to our online site. And I'd really like to understand what the strategy is here to just improve public health messages, to make sure that all parts of the community are receiving them first time round and that they're clearly understood.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really interesting question. I think we've always known, and we've got a communication strategy, that people get their information in different ways. But I think the world has moved very quickly to digital comms. And then we assume everybody's got a smartphone and everybody's on Facebook. And actually, we've looked at digital exclusion statistics. And I think it's up to about 12–16% of the Sheffield population don't have the basic digital skills. And then you've got people talking different languages. So our strategy is not digital. So it's using more traditional methods and working with the voluntary and community sector to get those messages out. So as an organisation, we do use social media, we do use traditional media, we do use trusted spokespeople, because sometimes it's not necessarily about the message, it's about the messenger. And, you know, Zach and his GP colleagues are often very trusted, and the messages go down really well. But where we have worked with the council this year on COVID messages, and I think where we've really honed our approach is in the vaccination programme. So we realise actually there's a lot of the community groups that aren't going to get our messages on Facebook, and they're not going to read the Sheffield Star, or they're not going to watch Calendar at night. So actually we needed to work with voluntary and community sector organisations that can reach into these communities, and they're more trusted, because actually there's a lot of communities that don't necessarily trust the council, they don't necessarily trust the NHS for a wide variety of reasons. So we've actually invested £235,000 into 26 community organisations. And we've given them a bit of a steer and a bit of support, and we've said, look, these are the key messages, this is what we're, you know, this is the science, these are the facts behind why you should have the vaccine. And they've gone away and created their own communications targeted at the populations that they have contact with, so culturally appropriate comms. So some of it is translated leaflets, some of it is fantastic videos that they're sharing on WhatsApp. And through appropriate channels. So I think what we've learned from this is actually it's not for us to design comms and send them out through our channels, it's working through the voluntary community sector that have reached into communities that we just don't, covering all different ethnic minority groups, from Somali population to refugee population to historic Bangladeshi and Pakistani populations, and all using their own methods that work. So, for example, communicating with an 80-year-old Pakistani man is going to be very different to a 20-year-old Somali man. And then we trust those organisations to actually go out and communicate in the most appropriate way. And so far, it is working really well. We're getting good feedback. And actually, Sheffield has currently the highest vaccination rates of any of the core cities in the UK. So it's only the big cities outside of London. And we think that comes down to this approach, working with voluntary and community sector organisations. And that's something that we'd like to build on and continue for other campaigns in the future, whether it's cancer screening or you know, getting tests, or, you know, encouraging people to stop smoking or obesity, or whatever the public health message is. We think that this is probably the model that would look to roll out again in the future. Obviously learn from this once the vaccination programme's finished, and, you know, really evaluate it and sort of build on what worked.
And hopefully, Lucy, some of the lessons, I mean, that's great to hear. And can you advise whether some of the lessons that through that process, are we going to be sharing those with Zach and others in terms of this focus now on GP appointments going online and digital, and what that will mean for some of the BME communities and actually other communities who may not have access to technology?
Yeah, and that is something that we are looking at CCG, because we know in the pandemic that a lot of services moved over to digital, and for some communities it's working really well, and for others they are excluded. But when we moved over to telephone for primary care and for the trust, the CCG commissioned a piece of engagement with a market research company and with the voluntary community sector to go out and say to people, and what impact has this change having on you? What do you like and what don't you like? And we've taken that back into the CCG. It's helped shape some of our commissioning intentions, which is basically our commissioning plan for this year. So, so we are looking at having more inclusive services. So not everything will be digital or virtual. There will be a mix of face-to-face as well. And we are also looking at improving the interpretation services that are available in primary care and recommissioning that contract. And we're going to look at things a bit differently as well. So rather than just look at interpretation when you're actually in a room virtually or face-to-face with a clinician, actually it's how does a person go about getting an appointment in the first place when they don't speak English. So we're looking at a bit sort of further upstream the pathway as well to improve accessibility. That's something we're hoping to conclude about September, October.
Thank you. I'm going to bring my colleague in, but I'm just going to hand back to Professor Hilton. I don't know if you want to ask any questions before we bring Malcolm in, because I'd be interested to get Caroline's view on how this sort of move to digital will impact on the mental and social sector. But over to you, Professor Hilton.
You're right. We're on the same page. We were both thinking of Malcolm. So I think we should hand over to Malcolm. Malcolm, can you introduce yourself before you ask your first question, please? You are still on mute, just in case.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Malcolm Cumberbatch, and I'm a commissioner, and I have a lot of other hats. So I'm not going to bore you with it. I'm a bit of an all-rounder, fast bowler mainly. And and so I wanted to ask you 2 or 3 questions here. You said that in your evidence that the majority of people coming to you are for mental health issues. And we were talking mainly to Lucy and Liz. Have I got that right? Right. So, and the 2 issues there, that ethnic minorities form a high population of that group. And 2 main issues that I picked up from evidence coming to us, yeah, not from others, that they're worried that they're not getting the best treatment and the best care. And 2 issues that bother them is that people are coming to them through police and courts and not through the primary care route. And I'd like you to talk about that for a bit and tell us why that might be so. And the other thing was that they feel that there's some disproportionate treatments and compulsory detention and things like that, and they feel that it's excessive. Can you talk us through that?
Before you do, just to let you know, it's Caroline and Liz.
Caroline and Liz.
Yeah.
I've got that, not Lucy, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Malcolm, very much for your question. I'll start off, and Liz might want to chip some things in as well. Yeah, we are aware of these challenges and these issues, and just wanted to share with you that at the moment we're just developing our new clinical and care social care strategy led by our medical director, and that is being co-produced with members from across the ACP, the VCSE colleagues, primary care, Sheffield Teaching Hospitals and the Children's Hospital, and also our service users, carers and families, to inform our direction going forward. In relation to the point around, I think you're talking about the treatment of some of our BME service users and unnecessary detention, I think you were talking about, that we've recently had a big overhaul and review of our governance processes. And one thing that we have introduced is our mental health legislation committee assurance group, which is specifically looking at some of those points that you've mentioned, Malcolm, so that we can track progress and the issues that have been, that you just described. So that work is in train at the moment. The strategy I mentioned has just been through a period of engagement with the groups I just talked about. We're just moving to the point now where they're consolidating all of that feedback and developing the strategy and looking to implement that over the next 6 months. Happy to provide more detail on that from our medical director, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think so, Professor, isn't it you? I think he's on. I think he's on mute as well.
Sorry, I'm not anymore. Yeah, if you do have additional information that you feel would inform our deliberations, we welcome them.
Yes, that will be very, very handy. And so do you think you've covered these routes into the projects? You know, they say that the police tend to send people towards them, and the courts usually push them that way, but that they don't come through you as a first port of call. They feel that that route is not the route that it should be happening.
I'm just going to bring Liz in here, if that's okay.
When the police are, yeah. Yeah. I think you're on.
Apologies, I was trying to get off mute. If the chair's happy for me to come in. Yeah, I think Malcolm, you're totally right, and you know, it's the evidence for this is nationally recognised, and in our evidence, we put some links in to some recent papers, but you know, in terms of the job that I do, which is Head of Equality and Inclusion, these issues, you know, go back a number of years, and I think some of the background to it is quite systemic. We have done work in the past to look at the pathways that people are on in our services. So we have people coming in at using our psychological services in terms of mild to moderate mental health, and then that sort of gets stepped up, and then we've got people using our services where they have severe mental health conditions. So we have done work in the past to look at where the over and under representation of people from Black, Asian and minority ethnic groups are in those services. I think where we've hit a bit of a barrier with that is knowing, okay, we know that information, but what we're going to actually do about it. And I think, for example, the Improving Access to Psychological Therapy service, which is quite a bit of a gateway for people coming into mental health services, they've had a big strategy looking at access, and you know, there isn't, we can send you more information about that, such as some national guidance that some of our staff have been involved in drawing up. But Caroline was mentioning the work that our chief nurse is really promoting now in the organisation. And we've also got a new director of quality who's really passionate and committed. And I think it's really challenging us as an organisation to look at areas such as the mental health legislation and the national review of that. So we know that there's a new framework coming in called the Patient and Carer Race Equality Framework. We're aware as an organisation that that is happening. It is being piloted in some of the trusts, but we're doing the best that we can to, I suppose, think ahead and prepare for that. So some of the things that Beverly Murphy, our chief nurse, is doing, it's quite targeted, and it's big change in terms of our monitoring and performance. So I think previously some of our monitoring was tucked away in the middle of reports and not really scrutinised, not really challenged, didn't really have any relevance. I think the new reporting that Beverly's introducing will have. So it will look at areas such as you've talked about, of the different services and the ethnicity breakdowns in those services. And also we need to look at it to quite a detailed level as well, not just say, well, we've just got BME people here. We need to look at, you know, to what extent those groups match the population of Sheffield. That's quite important. And we need to look at things that we use that are part of the Mental Health Act, such as what we call restricted practice. You know, to what extent are people from BAME groups inequitably represented in restricted practice? So, I mean, for me, as I said, I've been in the organisation for quite a long time. It is quite a sea change, and I think that sea change has partly been driven by what's been happening in COVID, and also what's been happening in terms of the result of George Floyd. Some of it is being driven through a real different attention, really more focused attention in our organisation, and it really feels like it's being driven from the top. We're also trying to work more closely with the police. We do have good relations with the police in terms of people that use our services. We have what's called the Section 136 suite, and people don't get taken to the police cells anymore. They get taken into our service if they are picked up by the police. And we have also as a matter of good practice. We've had police trainees working on our inpatient wards as well. So they're just a few examples of the sort of more detailed things that we've been looking at. And I think also I would like to point to the work that we've done around working with the voluntary and community sector on really helping to look in quite a lot of detail about use of mental health services, because there are a lot of issues. So we've worked with an organisation called Adira that work with people women that have been traumatised, and we did our staff and people from the organisation and the voluntary sector did a live stream event, which I hope you'll have opportunity to watch, because I think it's a very good, example. And that work was sort of facilitated and commissioned through our lead clinical psychologist, but in response to a conversation that we had in our Working Together conference, which is led by our BAME staff network group. So just want to sort of try and describe how things sort of work. It's not sort of in isolation, how things work together. And those other examples of that, which we haven't probably got time to talk about, but in response to your question.
Okay. I'd just like to ask you a couple more questions. It's seemed that ethnic minorities tend to end up in the disciplinary process much more extensively than other groups. Have you got an explanation for that? And they also receive bullying and harassment over and above the representation in the workforce. So what strategies have you got to deal with that?
Okay, thanks for that question, Malcolm. Yeah, we've done a lot of work around, firstly around our disciplinary processes. So on a national perspective, the NHS People Plan, we've sort of used that as a basis to develop our people strategy. And one area is around creating a just and learning culture. And so we've revamped our disciplinary processes to look at how, wherever is possible, we resolve any issues informally. So that involves looking at, we've introduced, for example, checkpoints in the process so that we're not escalating cases unnecessarily. And it's an opportunity then to have somebody consider the issues that have come up more holistically. So what else is going on for that person? So maybe from a cultural perspective or from any of our protected characteristic groups, so that we are not putting people through processes unnecessarily. So in terms of tracking that as well, there is a disproportionate number of people represented from BAME groups. So we have now a reporting mechanism where the case dashboard with a specific focus on the workforce race equality standard around this, and our BME staff goes to our staff side group through our joint consultative forum, goes to our executive group, and it goes to the people committee also, and it's scrutinised as well through our HR department. We've also engaged our BAME staff network group in looking at what we can do to address these issues. So still continuing to work with colleagues on reducing those numbers. They have come down slightly, but there's still more work for us to do. And then in terms of bullying and harassment, that's another area as well. We did extensive work across our trust, held over 25 sessions with staff to understand the issues around bullying and harassment. How did people feel like they had a voice? Could they speak up about bullying and harassment? What training might they need? Good practice from other areas. And that basically resulted in us tearing up our old bullying and harassment policy. And we now have an unacceptable behaviours policy, which we've been rolling out. It was co-produced with a range of staff across the organisation. And we're sort of like, it's just just this year, we started to roll that out. And it underpins that just and learning culture as well, where we're trying to encourage people to speak up, but also look at alternative routes of addressing issues through mediation, for example. So we don't have sometimes the impact of those sort of situations is increased sickness, people feeling stressed and anxious, not engaging properly in the workplace and so on, and maybe leaving, which is we really don't want. And so we've done an awful lot of work and we're still developing it, Malcolm. So I hope that gives you a picture, but they are particular areas of focus for us in our people strategy.
Okay, thank you. I think the chair might want to take over.
Yes, you are right.
Probably got some
yes, you are right.
questions.
So I just
Thank you.
wanted to check with you, Malcolm and Sonia, whether you wanted to bring in a last question. I wanted to also ask the commissioners if they have any questions. Ruth, you did have a question that I think you may have terrified the panel with because you sent it to them. You had a question around early interventions and another one around refusal to attend mental health. I'm guessing that's what the MH stands for, services, due to fear of labelling. So can you choose one of those to ask, given the time?
Yeah, I'll, in regards to young people, BME young people accessing CAMS, we know they were reluctant to access CAMS through fear of labelling. What are we doing in regards to actually supporting these young people? Are we looking at community, going out to the community to work with the young people? And I'll stop at that, or I'll just keep going on.
Liz, do you want to come in on this one?
Yeah, I can. Can I just explain that Sheffield Health and Social Care, although it provides most mental health services, it's the Children's Hospital in Sheffield that provides CAMS services. But that's not to say that it isn't an area that we should have an interest in and we don't do anything about. We have quite a embedded early intervention service, and that works with people, I think 18 to 24-ish. And just for information of the panel, we have looked at, that's one of the areas that we look at in terms of who is using those services. Is there a high use of those services by people, young people from BAME groups? Because we would see that as a positive thing, that they are accessing the service, and certainly that's one of the areas we will continue to be monitoring. But when we have looked at that in the past, we have got an overrepresentation. So that's a positive thing. And that service, the intervention service, in the past has done a lot of engagement with young people using various methodologies. But again, I think it's about pointing to the general work that we do around stigma and mental health. We do a lot of that. And, when we have the opportunity, we will work with the other organisations. So we work quite closely with Sheffield Young Carers, for example. And, mental health is a real big issue for young carers. And also what we do is we will work around transitions from CAMS into adult services, because that's another important area. So I think our focus is on making sure that we're recognising the diversity of the groups that are using our services and then targeting interventions. But we can probably provide you with more information about exactly what they are, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that.
I mean, just to add, Ruth, that's something that we're paying attention to also in the refresh of our strategy that I mentioned earlier, the clinical and social care strategy. And Sheffield Young Carers came along with some of their young carers and actually spoke to our board fairly recently to talk directly about their experiences, which was incredibly powerful and helpful. And it's something that we do on a regular basis, hearing the voices of our service users directly and their experiences. And our BME staff network group, for example, they're scheduled to come and talk to us fairly soon about all the work they've been doing around the big conversation on addressing racism across our organisation.
Wonderful, thank you for that.
Thank you. Before we close, I'm just checking with Sonia whether she is happy with the coverage of her question around early intervention.
Yes, yes, yes. I mean, we could talk all afternoon on this, and there's so many questions, but you know, certainly Zach and Lucy were very open. I did raise some questions. There's been some new NHS guidance around the system of total triage, and going back to about access and looking at the volume of BME people in the gig economy, and also those for whom English isn't their first language, and how we can ensure that those communities, including the vulnerable of whatever ethnicity, are not disadvantaged by putting technology where it becomes a barrier rather than an aid, and how we can help them. So I don't know if Zach wants to chip in on that point.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with it. I mean, I think triage has got a place, but I think you've got to flex to the needs of your population and how you engage with your population. So it's a little bit like when we talk about virtual consultations. I think again they've got a place, but if you ever either need to see the patient face to face, or the patient is uncomfortable with the mode of connection that you're making with them virtually, then it is your duty as a clinician to actually put that patient in a position that you can get the information and make your diagnosis and help. So I think that's the key part, is that you can have a hybrid model as long as you've got flexibility. And I think the bit about engaging with populations is about actually getting the resources out there at the lowest level, support level to start with, where you reduce the stigma, because there is a stigma about being referred to a mental health service. There isn't such a stigma about going to see your GP or being supported by psychological support in a community setting. And we are doing a lot of work across the whole system to try and make that happen. So the Care Trust in particular has moved over the last decade from I would say a hospital focused organisation to an integrated organisation working within the community. Work still to do, but I think there's progress being made. And it's the accessibility, it's lower the stigma, accessibility, and try and normalize, particularly with young people. I mean, it was a lot easier when we were young. It feels quite difficult being young at the moment. So I think we've got to make it normal for young people to seek help and have help at that lowest possible level.
Thank you.
I'm going to draw the session to a close, but I'm going to ask Zach to just respond within a minute to this question. You talk about, you've mentioned disproportionality twice, at least twice, and there is an issue around disproportionality in terms of, you said there's a need to disproportionately invest your resources, facilities and services. So how confident are you that you have the necessary data to be able to disproportionately invest where you want to?
I think the data, well, I'm confident the data's there. I think there's the data, and then there's the intelligent look at the data. And we've got public health support. We've got great relationships with our public health colleagues in the council, and we work together around needs assessments. And so I think I'm confident the data's there. I think the big question is, do we really mean we're going to do something with the data and going to change things? And I think that's got to be a question back to the whole system locally, but also nationally about, you know, are we really going to tackle some of the underlying issues around inequality, which are largely the opportunities around, you know, opportunities for work, for financial security, for education. So the bits we can do, I'm confident that we're in the right direction. What we need is a local flexibility around how we can shift the funding around the system.
Yeah, I think you made that point really well. I'm, as I say, conscious of time, moving on a pace. So Lucy, Zach, Caroline and Liz, we really appreciate your attendance, your evidence, and hopefully your continued engagement with the Commission. And hopefully if we get in touch with you at some point in the future, you can help to clarify any issues that we might come to you with. So thank you again for today, and commissioners, thank you for this session. I'm going to suggest to Adele that she holds our next guest for maybe 10 minutes. Yeah, so that we can start maybe at 10 past.
Yeah, that's fine.
10 past 3, and So thanks everyone again, and our guest, please keep in touch.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Commissioners, don't sign off. Don't sign off. Okay. 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 So 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kevin, can I let Kirsten in?
If you just give it a minute, we'll be okay after that. How is everybody? Ready to go again? Shruti, you ready? You've done your stretches?
Yeah, my back's hurting a little now.
Okay.
Are we okay to let Kirsten in now?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Oh dear.
Hello.
Hello, Kirsten. How are you doing? I'm Kevin Hilton. It's good to have you here. I'm just going to hand it over to Adele Robinson, who is leading the Secretariat, who will go over some introductory information for you, and then she'll hand back to me.
Great, thank you.
Okay, welcome. Before I introduce the chair, for context, I'm going to introduce the work of the Commission. So the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key themes: their health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's the second day of the health hearing. There will be a final report after all the hearings have completed, and that will be made available for action for all the key stakeholders in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you as a witness today to share your insights into the terms of reference for the Race Equality Commission, and this will include sharing knowledge about the following areas: racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which may be of use to the Commission; knowledge of your own and other approaches to related race equality duties and frameworks; any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector; examples of good practice in relation to reducing racial inequality or racism; and what you believe will be the best ways to tackle racism and racial inequality within the city. As a witness, you're required to act in good faith, and by speaking today, this has been assumed. For everyone in attendance, the hearing is being recorded and will be made available afterwards. Only commissioners are able to ask questions, but any papers, minutes, and non-confidential evidence will be made available on the Commission's website. Can everyone please note that to await an invitation from the chair before speaking, and commissioners, can you introduce yourself before speaking? I'd now like to hand you over to the chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Adele. Kirsten, as independent chair of the commission, I'm joined by the commissioners, who you can see all around you. I'll be inviting them to speak with you shortly. But first, Kirsten, could I ask you to make a short statement just outlining the key points of your submission? And after that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Shruti to lead on some questions. Before you do, could you just state your full name and your organisation and the capacity you're attending in today, and also could you state what your part was in writing the submission?
Great, thank you. So I'm Kirsten Major. I'm Chief Executive of Sheffield Teaching Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust, which is a bit of a mouthful. And in terms of my role in preparing the submission, I worked extremely closely with our EDI team, agreed the structure, directed some of the analysis, and worked on the final edit with the EDI team. So was close to it.
Thank you. And can you give us a brief overview of your submission, just identifying the key points for the commissioners, who incidentally are familiar with the evidence, so you don't need to go through it all in detail.
Yeah, I definitely read that bit about the brief, so I promise I'm not going to read out our submission. Perhaps just by way of context, I've been Chief Executive of Sheffield Teaching Hospitals for just over 2 years, but have worked for the organisation for 10 years. And this organisation is responsible for all hospital and community NHS services for all adults in Sheffield. So by community services, we mean things like district nurses, but not general practices. As well as doing that, we have extensive, highly specialised services for the South Yorkshire and Bassou population, but we've also got a number of services that work beyond that catchment population, so national or regionally designated services. We employ over 18,000 people, and we are deeply aware of the extent to which we have a major impact as a deliverer of a vital public service in terms of healthcare, and being a major employer in the city, but also as an anchor in the economy and the society that is Sheffield. So do appreciate that we play in 3 spheres simultaneously. Absolutely would concur with all of the work that the Commission has done, and indeed others in this space, about the deep structural inequalities we see in our society generally, and they are replicated in Sheffield, but we also see those in our organisation. We are a microcosm of the city we're in. But I am deeply committed, and I know my board is deeply committed to making lasting change directly ourselves, but also working with others to do. And in terms of my personal commitment to that, I am the Executive Director lead on our board for Equality, Diversity and Inclusion. And that's the only operational portfolio I hold at the board. Every other part of the organisation that I'm accountable and responsible for, I discharge through another Executive Director, and that was a very deliberate decision and strategy on my part in becoming Chief Exec. In terms of things that we've done since we submitted our evidence, we have, I'm pleased to say, approved our first EDI strategy at our board meeting last month, and I think that's a really important step on all the work that we're trying to do. That said, our workforce is not representative of Sheffield or the population that we're here to serve, and our ethnic minority colleagues are more likely to experience harassment and discrimination. We have been making some good progress on some of the workforce race equality standards that are set by NHS England, and I'm really encouraged by the progress we've made on the likelihood of ethnic minority colleagues being part of a formal disciplinary process, but recognise there's lots more for us to do, and we do have a detailed action plan that supports the work we're trying to do to improve our performance on those. We established an ethnic minority staff network in 2019, and that felt like the right and important thing to do at that point, alongside other staff networks about protected characteristics. But you cannot imagine how relieved I've been through COVID that we did that in 2019. And our ethnic minority staff network have been a fantastic source of advice and intelligence about the impact of COVID on ethnic minority staff, and we've worked really closely with them. In terms of the health services that we deliver, I suppose one of the things to say is we do have excellent data. We are absolutely fantastic as an organisation about recording ethnicity of individuals that use our services, so we have a very rich seam of data around the experience of ethnic minorities. And we do have a slight overrepresentation of ethnic minority people in admissions compared to the census data, but very conscious that the census data is 10 years out of date, and that has likely to have changed. We have done analysis of access and waiting times, and they don't highlight any particular areas of concern around people from ethnic minorities using our services. There's a slight tendency amongst patients from ethnic minority groups to report more negative experiences of receiving our care. But I think what's probably important is not to draw comfort from those issues, but we actually do have very poor data on outcomes from healthcare. So one of the things I often talk about is how amazing Florence Nightingale was, because she measured how her patients did as a consequence of her care, and she categorised everyone as better, worse or dead as a consequence of going through her services. That really fundamental question is one we cannot answer, and we know that the outcomes that people experience are likely to be worse if they're from an ethnic minority group. And actually I think if one of the things we could really do is not just measure access and waiting times and whether you complain, but actually what is your outcome in terms of your health status, and what's your outcome in terms of level of disability and indeed life expectancy, because we know ethnic minority groups experience much worse health status than their white counterparts. So in terms of the future, I'd really like to focus more on the outcomes of care and what it is that we're delivering, but also really keen to do considerably more work to increase the diversity of Sheffield Teaching Hospitals workforce, for example, through things like apprenticeships, because I think that is an incredibly important way that we as a big employer can contribute to ameliorating societal inequalities. So that access to education, training and employment feel to me like absolutely fundamental building blocks of how we tackle structural inequalities. And then also I want a more culturally competent workforce that is drawn from the whole population, because that's how we deliver healthcare that's better tailored to people's needs. And I think we as the NHS are as guilty of this as anyone else about thinking healthcare is an incredibly technical and sophisticated process, and loads of it is, but an incredibly important part of delivering good healthcare is the relationship between those individuals providing care and those receiving care, because when they work in partnership, that's when we get the best outcomes. And so if we don't have a diverse and culturally competent workforce, those relationships by definition won't be as good as they need to be. And that's the other reason I want a diverse workforce.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I'm sure that you could tell us a lot more about what you do and what your organisation does and so on. Perhaps you could put some meat on the bones, starting with Shruti's questions. So Shruti, could you introduce yourself and before you ask your first question?
Yeah, thanks very much, Kevin, and thanks, Kirsten, for that very open, honest and clear introduction. I'm Shruti Bhargav. I'm an independent consultant, working all sorts really, strategy change, systems improvement. Got background, well, I've got very diverse background actually across sectors, done a lot in public sector, local government and housing, including Audit Commission. I used to work for them, and I chair a BME Housing Association, and I once spent 6 months with Sheffield Teaching Hospitals, by the way, Kirsten. So you might recognise me. That was a few years ago though. So I can't see you. Keep seeing Kevin, not Kirsten on my screen. Okay. I can see you now. I've gone to gallery view. I think that's probably best. So I've got quite a lot of questions, Kirsten. I won't cover them all, and I know that colleagues will want to come in as well. I've organised them around 4 themes, and you've already started talking about all of them, actually. So got structural inequalities, patients, access and experience, staff experiences, and representation, inclusion and leadership. So could start with structural inequalities, and you've already started talking about that, which is great. So, you know, I'll just refer to a recent report by the NHS Confederation, where they say the government and NHS have not taken enough action in regard to tackling long-standing inequalities and institutional racism. They state that local health providers should take more note of local and national insights and act upon them. So I think you are taking this on board. So how have you taken this on board, and what action are you taking?
Yeah, so I think there's work around how do we get people from ethnic minorities to be part of our workforce. So I think that's work around apprenticeships. It's our work with community groups to build trust, first of all, about service delivery and access, but then also inspiring people to think about particularly healthcare as a potential career for them, particularly describing the wide range of roles that we do have. It's not all doctors and nurses. So there's that entry point, which I think is incredibly important in terms of structural inequalities. Then I think there's the experience once individuals become part of the organisation. So we've just launched a big piece of work on diverse recruitment panels, so making sure that there is gender and ethnicity diversity on our panels when you apply for jobs. We have blinded shortlisting processes to increase the likelihood of appointment. And then we've also just set some participation targets for our leadership development programme to be representative of the population. So particularly for, so I'm going to talk on agenda for change bands, but people above band 5 looking for development, and people beyond band 7 looking for senior leadership development, that we set those targets. We've set up reciprocal mentoring, because I think there's something about how do we also support the white community of our workforce to be more receptive and more open to working in a diverse workforce. And then I think in particular, trying to identify where there may be particular experiences. An example we've had of this recently was around, appeared to be quite a substantial difference in the level of negative experiences by people from ethnic minorities compared to white patients using our A&E department. So our EDI team have made connection with quite a number of community groups around, so what is that experience about? Why does that feel that way? What kind of experiences did you have in detail? So I think that has been really valuable and insightful for the team in A&E. And then we've done lots of work on our Race Equality Charter, which are the values and behaviours we expect individuals to exhibit within the organisation, and are doing a detailed piece of work on our violence and aggression policy. It absolutely shames me to say, both as the chief executive of the organisation, but just as a member of society, that our ethnic minority staff experience quite significant violence and aggression from some patients, and it's incredibly complex to manage in the moment. So we are looking to develop a policy that is much clearer about how staff should handle those circumstances. So I think those are the key ways we operating in all three of those spheres, as I said in my introduction, because we need to get all three right.
What about more widely in terms of racial equality in the city? So have you thought about your role in contributing to dismantling structural racism within the city, dismantling inequalities? And do you work collaboratively with other organisations, other healthcare delivery organisations and other institutions in the city to do that?
Short answer, yes. One of the things that we have, which is part of the health and social care infrastructure, is something called the Accountable Care Partnership, which brings together health and social care organisations in the city. So ourselves, the Mental Health Trust, the Primary Care, Sheffield, the council, as well as the voluntary sector. And we have set up a group around issues around inequalities for ethnic minorities, and that group has done some really important work, particularly during COVID, and working closely with community groups around things like vaccine hesitancy. So I think completely agree that part of our role is to work with those other organisations. I also have really close links with both universities on a day-to-day basis in terms of research and innovation, but also education and training. And we have shared approaches and thinking on our approach to issues associated with ethnic minorities in our workforce, but also their students and our patients, and what we can learn from one another.
And you know, in your introduction, you talked about a societal impact as well, didn't you, around apprenticeships. Do you want to say a little bit more about that? Because it's going beyond health, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I think one of the most important things we as an organisation do for people's health is give them a job. And that sits alongside all of the really clever and wonderful things we do about healthcare. So that I think is a really important part of our role in health inequalities. And we have struggled, like many other organisations have, in terms of the apprenticeship levy and making apprenticeships work for us. And so we are doing quite a significant review at the moment. And part of the reason that doesn't work is people come on to apprenticeships, learn a bit about the organisation, what the different roles are, and then actually quite quickly leave the apprenticeship and take, you know, quite a low band job. And so we are thinking about how do we join those two things up so it isn't the very minimal payment associated with an apprenticeship, but we maintain the development, training and education part of the apprenticeship. So we are just reviewing that now and looking in particular about how we target particular communities and postcodes and groups in society that are underrepresented to provide those entry-level jobs. And the other thing we do is quite a lot of work with schools to try and really share the massive diversity of roles that there are in our organisation. And there are hardly any services that we deliver and that we contract out as an organisation. So all of our facilities and our IT and gardeners and, you know, estates teams is all in-house. So we do have an incredibly diverse range of skills and roles in our workforce, and I think sharing that with people kind of make, you know, you can see it when you go out to schools in terms of people thinking, oh blimey, I didn't think there was ever going to be a role for me in the NHS, but actually there is.
That's really interesting, and one of the thoughts that was going through my head, and it linked to one of the later themes, was thinking about how you're reaching out into communities, is how much of your workforce comes from within all the communities in Sheffield, as well as the BME community. So, I mean, looking at the ethnic breakdown of your workforce, I was sort of interested in some of the higher levels of some ethnicities, and I wondered how much of that is actually a reflection of people coming in from within Sheffield or from outside Sheffield. Just knowing a little bit about kind of what the workforce is like in the NHS.
If I'm entirely honest, I think the whole of the NHS looks better on the issue of racial inequality because of the high proportion of doctors who are from ethnic minority groups. And I think if you took out the medics, it would look very different and very much more unequal. and some of that's about international recruitment, but actually a lot of it's about recruitment from elsewhere in the UK. And what we need to understand, I think, is the gradients are really different in different professional groups. So I think that's an absolutely fair enough challenge, that probably those individuals who are recruited from outside Sheffield are more likely to be in the higher banded jobs and roles.
Yeah, that's interesting, and as you say, that's probably quite reflective, isn't it, all across the NHS as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I've kind of jumped ahead to some staffing issues, but I'm going to come back to my agenda, if that's all right. And I suppose my last question on structural inequalities is, how do you keep race equalities mainstreamed in all your activities and top of the agenda? So you talked about taking a personal lead, for example.
Yes, so I think taking a personal lead and being authentic about my care and interest in the issue. You know, if people can smell an inauthentic statement on this agenda, an absolute mile off, and so I think that does matter. And I think the other issue which we progressed massively on during COVID and was one of the silver linings was we'd really struggled with equality impact assessment and how we do that around decision making pre-COVID. And then we went into COVID and we were really, you know, particularly early on, the degree of uncertainty and anxiety about the unequal impact of COVID meant that we rapidly developed an equality impact assessment tool, and were really quite robust in pushing back when any decisions at my gold command didn't have that rapid equality impact assessment done. And I think we've learned a huge amount about how we can do that at pace during COVID. And then I think it is responding to issues in the moment. So all of the concern around were ethnic minorities more likely to contract COVID and were they more likely to die, we absolutely saw huge amounts of very real anxiety amongst our staff from ethnic minorities as a consequence. So we brought in a screening tool that we offered to everyone from an ethnic minority in the organisation and provided them with support around either moderating their work activities, providing them with secondary prevention. So we identified a number of people that were pre-diabetic from that screening and then went on to provide them with direction to primary care services to manage their underlying physical vulnerability.
Thanks very much, Kirsten. I know there's some questions. I don't know if they want to come in, Sharon?
No,
not yet.
No, not yet. I mean, if I could just quickly follow up though on you were talking about the ACP and your work around kind of dismantling kind of broader structural issues in health. We've had comment from other members of the ACP that though you can have conversations, you know, very large influential organizations, though you can have those conversations, you cannot compel any of the members to actually do anything. So how do you feel about that? Because some people talk about talking shops. We all know what talking shops are. From what you were saying, it didn't sound as though you felt it was a talking shop. So how do you feel that you're using your influence for? Do you think you're using your influence to change their perceptions of what they can go ahead to do? Or is there something else that you're managing to do in the ACP?
So I think there's something about So if I kind of talk about my day-to-day job, I very rarely use compulsion or my positional authority in the organisation, and it's generally my least successful tool in my toolkit. And what's much more successful is persuasion, common endeavour, and common purpose. And so I think where we've got to in the ACP is actually, I genuinely believe that I and my partners have a common purpose around what we can bring to the tackling of all of the complexity, because actually as individual organisations we're overwhelmed by it. So actually what we see in it for us is that if we come together, we can beg, borrow and steal from each other, and actually we can speak as one. So it actually feels like quite an attractive collaborative effort to me rather than a talking shop. Because I think, it's that mantra about, if you go alone, you might go faster, but if you go together, you'll go further. And I genuinely believe on this agenda that if we can work collaboratively, we can be more successful. And I genuinely don't feel that any of that has been difficult yet, and that we are supporting one another to do some quite difficult things. That said, it does need to get tricky. So in our organisation, we are having some quite difficult conversations about setting those targets that I mentioned around leadership development. And I kind of keep saying to the team, I think that's okay. That must mean we're starting to get to the heart of some of what is hard about this. So let's have the conversations, let's be open and transparent, but actually, if everybody feels comfortable, we're not tackling this. Yeah. And some of the conversations need to be hard.
Yeah. Before I hand back to you, Shruti, can we
Thank
just...
you. Can you hear me okay, by the way? Because everybody...
We can, yeah, we can. So
great.
before coming back to you, Shruti, I'm just going to ask Sharon just to follow up on some of those issues around kind of leadership. And then after Sharon, Shruti, if you can ask your next question.
Okay. Hi, I'm Dr. Sharon Curtis. I head up a children's centre in Sheffield, but I also sit on national level on TACTIC, which is about the early years sector. But what I'm really interested in today is how promotions are achieved. How do people actually get to directorate? Would somebody become the deputy CEO? How easy would that be from a Black community perspective?
Yeah. So again, I think it's really, there's sub workforces in our workforce. So all of our clinical services are led by a clinical director, and that group of individuals is quite diverse. And so there are 28 of those across the organisation, so they're responsible for every single clinical service, and that group's quite diverse, and they're doctors. If you look at the 10 nurse directors, none of them are from an ethnic minority, so I think it's different for different groups. And I think it is about the transition from those middle banded jobs to middle management that then creates that leadership pipeline. And I think we have got lots more to do around that, and it's not particularly easy to get into those senior leadership positions based on the data we can see in front of us now. And so I think that's why we have done the how do we do the support for leadership development and training to support those individuals on those career trajectories.
And just a quick one, in terms of procurement and contracting, how easy is it in terms of making the balance for Black organisations and businesses to be able to deliver other contractual services within the NHS?
That's an interesting one. So yeah. Tell me tell me the kind of thing you
So,
might have in mind?
so obviously, like in terms of procurement and in terms of like maintenance contracts, in terms of like if somebody had a cleaning production company and they wanted to somehow be able to bid in terms of the procurement and the contracting, how effectively would that be? And do you encourage Black businesses to maybe bid, or does that never happen?
Yeah, I don't think we do. We don't actively encourage Black businesses to tender for contracts. Most of the things, because we don't contract out a lot of our kind of day-to-day services, most of the things we contract out are around kind of capital and estates projects. But I think that's a good challenge about how do we encourage businesses in those communities, but also what might be in our procurement assessment around our businesses' behaviour on inequalities and racism is a good challenge. It's interesting. It's something we're grappling with around the sustainability and kind of net carbon zero agenda, and actually I think it's something we could think about more deeply than we have.
Yeah, thank you, Kirsten.
Thanks, Sharon. As we're talking about staff representation, I'll just go to that as a theme first, if that's okay. I've lost Kirsten again on the screen. So I'll just find you. Okay, you're back.
You got me.
Right, I've got you. Right. Yeah, thanks for answering Sharon's question about career progression. I think I'd like to talk about representation a bit, because as you have pointed out, BME staff are underrepresented in comparison to the diversity of the city. So how did we get here?
That's a very searching question.
Yeah.
How did we get here?
Do you want to save that if that's a bit hard right now?
No, that's okay. I'll go for it. So I think we got here because ethnic minority kids don't do so well in school. Ethnic minority kids are likely to have poorer parents that don't have the resources to chivvy them through a set of formal exams. We employ a lot of formal professions that put a lot of weight on passing those exams and ticking those boxes. And then once you get to the workplace, a workforce that is dominated by white people sees the world through white people's eyes, and that whole thing that I personally kind of counsel myself about every time I do a job interview is we're all hardwired to like people like us. And that's really dangerous when all you've got is a half-hour or 1 hour interview to see beyond what is familiar and comfortable. So I think all white recruitment processes, all white panels are much less likely to employ people that don't look like them. And so I think, and then once you're in the workforce, your white manager's less likely to recognise your talent, your white manager's less likely to put you through leadership and development, and less likely to understand your world, your community, what matters to you, because it's more unfamiliar, and then that perpetuates itself in terms of promotion and retention.
Yeah, can I just sort of pick you up on a couple of things you said at the start? She said ethnic minority kids don't do so well in school, and you said something about their parents. Do you think those things are true, or do you think they're tropes? I mean, I'm just sort of wondering where that's come from, really.
Yeah.
Because you've got here in the commission a whole bunch of very highly educated people, and one of the myths we often hear is about the lack of pipeline of talent or qualified people or experienced people. So I suppose I'm just throwing that challenge back to you.
And I suppose my view on that would be about the intersectionality between, which is an even deeper inequality between being from an ethnic minority and having fewer economic resources. And economic resources, whilst not an absolute predictor of all of those other things, massively changes the potential opportunities that individuals have. But I would completely take on the chin that not describing it in that complex way can then really quickly lead to well, there's just nobody around who's qualified or suitable.
I mean, it's just sort of one of those things, one of those difficult conversations we have to have to try and change things, I think. Okay, let's leave that. But I suppose I want to ask about the data, because you said you've got a lot of very rich data, I think about patients as well as staff. And I wondered about whether, we've seen headline figures about the ME staff. Have you got deeper analysis of disparities across different ethnicities of your staff? And have you got analysis of representation across the organisation, across grades, hierarchies, but also roles, occupations and specialisms? And if you've got that data, how are you using it to really sort of dig a bit deeper and do some more targeted work?
Yes, so we do have some of that data. To be honest, the data on our staff is not as good as it is on our patients. One of the things we talked about last week was the extent to which when you are first employed, we collect a whole load of data and then it sits there and never changes. And one of the fantastic things about Sheffield Teaching Hospitals is that we've got the best retention rate in the country. But it also means that you work here for 30 years and you develop a disability and you never tell us about it. Or you first join the organisation and you're hesitant about being upfront about your protected characteristics on a form, and you never come back to fill it in when you feel more confident. So our data on staff is good, but it's not great. So we do have a lot of missing data, and particularly in terms of getting down into different ethnicities, I start to become hesitant.
So I suppose my question is really, how do you use your data? Do you use it in a deeper way than going at headline BAME data, and sort of recognizing that there could be disparities, differences across different specialisms? You've already pointed out kind of different for medics, etc. And it's different for ethnicity, because the BAME headline, as we know, can just hide so much difference across ethnicities and different experiences. So I suppose that was really my question about whether you sort of dig a bit deeper. And we know there are different health disparities for different communities.
Yes, so we definitely do, and we probably do the digging deeper more on professional groups, and then particularly in the big professional groups like nursing, we would have confidence about looking at different ethnicities, but perhaps some of the smaller professions, I just wouldn't be confident in the data. So for example, physiotherapists would be much more cautious about. But nurses are 6,000 people. So
on that note, we have been sent additional quite extensive reports from Kirsten's group, just in case anybody wants to go even deeper into the statistics around the STH. Kirsten, no, it's Kristen, not Kirsten.
No, it is Kirsten.
Kirsten. Okay,
yes.
It's the accent that's throwing me. We have just a couple of minutes. Is there a question you thought you might have been asked, that you haven't been asked, that you'd like to share the answer with, with us about, or is there a reflection about today's session that you would like to share with us?
I mean, I think I don't think there is a question you haven't asked me that I expected you to. I think that's been you've asked me what I expected and lots more. I think on reflection, given the conversation we've had, I think what I would find most useful from the Commission would be to really highlight where you see organisations like mine doing things that are effective and point us towards them. We are hugely committed as a board to doing this differently, and so if you can foreshorten some of our learning on any issue, then we'd be delighted for the outcomes of the Commission to point us to those, and would be really receptive to that.